and so much more. Offers pain-relieving solutions. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell Pain for all their aches and pains. Visit SamwellPain.com.
As the playoffs heat up, stay hydrated with Ready Refresh. At the office or at home, Ready Refresh has amazing deals on all bottled water. From case packs to water filtration to 5-gallon bottles. Delivered right to your door. Score more and skip the store. Ready Refresh ensures you're hydrated for every inning. Ready Refresh even has a great assortment of water dispensers and offers pro cleaning services for every model. Ready Refresh, your ultimate game day hydration partner. Order now at ReadyRefresh.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Welcome back as we wrap up the Nissan Mets pregame show, getting set for Game 2 of the National League Championship Series. Mets and Dodgers, with the Dodgers on top, 1-0. Our player to bank on is sponsored by California Cryobank. Build your family with the #1 sperm bank in the United States, and today we bank on Sean Manaea. He gets the ball against Ryan Brasier. It's a bullpen game for Los Angeles, as the Mets will try and even up this series before heading back east for Game 3 on Wednesday night. That'll do it for the Nissan Mets pregame show. On the other side, we join Keith Ratt and the Hall of Fame radio voice of the New York Mets, Howie Rose, for lineups and first pitch, Game 2, National League Championship Series, coming up right after this.
The Nissan Mets pregame show on Odyssey Mets Radio has been brought to you by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. And by Spectrum, a connection built for everywhere. That's life unlimited. That's Spectrum. Sloman's Home Security. The difference is human. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Visit peerlessboilers.com to find a dealer near you. Flag and Anthem. Real clothes for real life. Margaret Teets Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. Laborers Local 731. Feel the power. 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's cars with a K to donate your car today. And by ELEC 825. Building our future.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on Sirius XM. We're back on the track Sunday,
1:30 p.m. Eastern.
It's the South Point 400 from Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Yeah. On Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the Sirius XM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, this is David Stearns, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, this is Carlos Mendoza, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
Batting six, the shortstop.
It's 2024 Mets postseason baseball on Odyssey Mets Radio.
Swinging a fly ball to right field, pretty well hit. Freeland back at the wall. He jumps and It's gone. He did it. He did it. Pete Alonso with the most memorable home run of his career.
3-1. That's cracked in the air, right field. Castellanos going back, looks up. It's gone. Nimmo gives the Mets the lead.
Vientos hits it high in the air to left field. It's got legs. It's deep. It's back near the wall. It is gone. 0-2. Here's the pitch. Swinging a liner to second. It's caught by Iglesias. Flips to second. Double play. They double off Schwarber. Swinging a drive towards the gap in right center. It's pretty deep. It's back near the wall. It's gone. It's gone. Francisco Lindor. He may have just outdone himself. He has hit a grand slam. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed strike three. Put it in the box.
New York Mets baseball is brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact one for a great deal today. And by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. The Rothenberg Law Firm. InjuryLawyer.com. Casamigos Tequila. Brought to you by those who drink it. Thrivewell Infusion. The official IV sponsor of Odyssey Mets Radio. Visit ThrivewellInfusion.com. Bridgewater Acura on Route 22 in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Visit peerlessboilers.com to find a dealer near you. Gin and Juice, a premium seltzer, an official partner of the New York Mets. LifeVac, the original choking rescue suction device that saves lives. The New York Lottery. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY. And by Berkeley College. Your potential is our promise.
Streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
From Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, California, welcome to New York Mets baseball. This afternoon, the Mets face the Los Angeles Dodgers in Game 2 of the 2024 National League Championship Series. You've just heard the national anthem performed by Avi Kaplan. That's our salute to America, brought to you by the Ray Katina family of dealerships. Visit them at raykatina.com. The starting pitchers today, and that's the key because the Dodgers are going with a bullpen game, so their opener will be right-hander Ryan Brasier. And for the Mets, their starting pitcher, left-hander Sean Manaea. Hi again, everyone. I'm Howie Rose, along with Keith Radd. The Mets were beaten soundly 9-0 last night, but it's only one game, and if the Mets can win today, they will go home with a split. It's the best-case scenario as of now, and get to what should be a raucous Citi Field on Wednesday night for Game 3. But in order to do that, they'll have to play a whole lot better than they did on both sides of the ball yesterday. Our game time temperature is sponsored by Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Go to peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you. Another beautiful day here in the Los Angeles area. The marine layer has peeled off, not a cloud to be found. Sunny skies and 71 degrees at game time. We'll come back to look at the pitching matchup next on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Hey, baseball fans, check out Thrivewell Infusion, trusted choice in IV therapy among physicians to experience high-quality care from the highly trained medical staff at Thrivewell. Thrivewell Infusion understands that it can be stressful when receiving an infusion, but it doesn't have to be when you're in one of their private, state-of-the-art infusion suites. Let Thrivewell handle your infusion needs so you can focus on the game. Visit us at ThrivewellInfusion.com. That's ThrivewellInfusion.com. Saving lives drip by drip.
The Ray Katina family of dealers.
What's up, baseball fans? Thanks for hanging out with us tonight for this NLCS matchup. That's right, the championship series is underway. The Dodgers hosting the Mets. Please take a minute to hit that like button down below. As well, please share out the link. That's how we get more people to hang out with us and cheer on your team. Who are you rooting for? Let us know in the chat which team it is that you want to see in the World Series. Now let's get back to the baseball. Hit that share, hit that like, and we'll see you guys in the chat.
100 A&E Series. Anderson, built, backed, and serviced like no other window. Visit Brooklyn Window and Door at 1889 McDonald Avenue or call 718-WINDOWS.
Hey Mets fans, Flagstar is bringing banking to the big leagues. Now we have even more accounts and services available, from simple savings to small business and commercial banking. Wherever you are on your financial journey, our talented bankers are here to help. And our technology is as helpful as our people. Stop by a branch or visit flagstar.com. Together, we can do great things. Flagstar Bank, let's align the stars. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Throw in some music.
We can watch the game. Or we could keep it simple.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Import, Chicago, Illinois.
Once your day starts, it doesn't stop. You go and go and go some more. Routines like yours demand reliable tires. Tires that keep up with you. Day after day, mile after mile, season after season. That's why Uniroyal Tires makes the tried and true Uniroyal Tiger Paw Touring All-Season Tire. A good tire with great value so you can have total confidence every time you drive. The Uniroyal Tiger Paw Touring All-Season Tire. Learn more about Uniroyal Tires at Whitey's Tire Service on Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn or go to uniroyaltires.com.
Back here at Dodger Stadium, the fans are standing and waving their blue rally towels. It's not a packed house or anything close to it just yet, as it is just a little after 1 o'clock local time here on this Monday afternoon. And as you probably know, the public transportation options in Los Angeles are limited, so you have to drive to get to Dodger Stadium, and there is always a monster traffic jam outside this ballpark. But for the Mets, there is some urgency today. Sean Manaea will start for the Mets against a cast of thousands for the Dodgers, Keith.
Yeah, I call this probably a must-win game for the Mets in the sense that this is an opening for them to take advantage of the Dodgers, who are short on starting pitching, and so they are going to throw out everybody that they can from that bullpen to try to basically escape with a Game 2 victory. And so the Mets will go after first Ryan Brasier, and then not quite sure who is available after that, but basically everybody available except for maybe Daniel Hudson and Ben Kasparius, who pitched last night. But the Dodger bullpen has been really, really good this year. For the Mets, they have seen some really good bullpens in the playoffs and have hit them really well. Remember that Milwaukee bullpen, second best ERA. Only the Guardians were better in Cleveland. They took care of that. Philadelphia, pretty good bullpen too. They made a cast of all-stars look pretty poor. But in fact, the Mets this postseason against starting pitching has hit just $192. Against relievers, $270. So the Mets, again, in that must-win sense, they almost welcome this as a chance to do something here to try to even up this series, because as we always talk about in a bullpen game, in order for it to work, everybody has to be good. You find one opening, one hole where you can really torch somebody out of that bullpen. It's a little bit of a game of Russian roulette. We'll see if the Mets can cash in on that side. Meanwhile, they're throwing their best in Sean Manaea. Manaea was good in Milwaukee. He was really good last time out against Philadelphia. 1 run over 7 innings. This is a ballpark, though, that has given him some trouble in his career. He's pitched to a 6.94 ERA at Dodger Stadium in 7 games, 6 starts. Come back and look at the starting lineups and have first pitch Game 2 next on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Diving for that grounder got you grounded? Oof. We've got specialists for that. Coaching Little League can leave you in big league pain? We've got specialists for that. Orland & Cohen's top orthopedic team has a specialized expertise, extensive training from the nation's best programs, and years of experience so you can feel better, faster. Long Island's premier orthopedic group with offices open 7 days a week. Orland & Cohen is now in Kew Gardens, too. Visit orlandcohen.com.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living Senior Housing just may be the option you're looking for. Set on a 32-acre campus right along the Hudson River with breathtaking views of the New York City skyline, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. Explore which community is best for your loved one. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. Now, I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org to schedule a tour today. That's riverspringliving.org.
Did you know that California Cryobank, the #1 sperm bank in the U.S., has helped to create more than 75,000 families? You can help them make dreams of parenthood come true and earn up to $1,500 a month as a sperm donor. Are you 19 to 38, healthy and able to work in the U.S.? Then you could qualify to be a sperm donor. Learn more at spermbank.com. That's spermbank.com for the chance to earn up to $1,500 a month as a sperm donor.
At Joy Jolt, we celebrate every moment, especially the big wins. Brooklyn born and bred, we keep it vibrant with our amazing barware and more. Whether you're hosting a game day party or raising a glass to a grand slam, do it with joy. Do it with Joy Jolt.
Kickboxing knock out your knee? We've got specialists for that. Not feeling the love after your last tennis match? We've got specialists for that. Orland & Cohen's top orthopedic team has the specialized expertise, extensive training from the nation's best programs, and years of experience to tackle each of your orthopedic needs so you can feel better, faster. Locations across Long Island, open 7 days a week, and now open in Kew Gardens as well. Visit orlandcohen.com.
The family of Casamigos tequilas, Añejo, Blanco, Cristalino, Reposado, Mezcal, and now introducing the new Casamigos Jalapeno. Casamigos tequila brought to you by those who drink it and love it. Remind you to enjoy today's game responsibly.
Back in Southern California, today's starting lineups are sponsored by Ramsey Mazda. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda. Mets will go with Francisco Lindor leading off, playing shortstop. Mark Vientos at third base, batting second. Brandon Nimmo in left field, batting third. The cleanup hitter, that's first baseman Pete Alonso. Starling Marte in right field, batting fifth. Jesse Winker, the DH, hits sixth. Jose Iglesias bats seventh and plays second base. Tyrone Taylor in center field, batting eighth. And the catcher, Francisco Alvarez, batting ninth. It's the same exact lineup as the Mets had.
The Mets are trying to do right away what nobody's done for a long time, and that is score against Los Angeles Dodger pitching. They have now thrown 33 consecutive scoreless innings, going back to the third inning of the division series against the San Diego Padres, tied for the longest streak during a single postseason. Francisco Lindor leads off, batting left-handed. Ryan Brazier's first pitch is taken down and in for ball one. Lindor 0 for 3 last night, is 7 out of 30 during the postseason. Muncy, the third baseman, hands on his knees, even with a bag and off the line. The outfield straight up, and the 1-0 is taken on the outside corner, a called strike. And that evens the count 1-1. Brasier at 37 still throws hard. That's a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Mark Vientos on deck, and then Brandon Nimmo. The 1-1 pitch, that's taken down and in. A slider, and he'll throw plenty of those too. 2 balls and 1 strike, the count. Brasier spent a lot of time injured this year. He was on the IL for about 4 months with a calf strain. This is a guy who's come back from Tommy John surgery 10 years ago. The 2-1 pulled on the ground towards first, just foul, rolling harmlessly down the line. And it's 2-2 to Francisco Lindor. Brasier has also been with the Angels and the Red Sox. And so for the manager of the Dodgers, Dave Roberts, things couldn't have gone any better last night, because with Jack Flaherty going 7, using lower leverage pitchers Hudson and Kasparius in relief, his bullpen is stacked and ready to go today. He'll use plenty. The 2-2, foul back to the screen, a fastball, and it remains 2-2 to Francisco Lindor. Dave Roberts used 8 pitchers in a shutout win. The last time Brasier was the opener, that was on Wednesday when he went an inning and a third. 8 pitchers combining for a shutout. The 2-2, Lindor again fouls it back. That time he reached for a slider. But Mets know they're going to see a lot of bullpen. The Dodgers only have one left-hander out there in Banda, and everybody else right-handed. That's why it's so important, as Jesse Winker is starting again today as the designated hitter, to have Jeff McNeil back, because now that gives them another left-hand bat off the bench. And you know, there'll be a lot of mixing and matching potentially, depending upon how things go. Lindor has taken his time. And the count's still 2-2. Brasier works from the first base side of the rubber. Brings the hands together. And now the 2-2 to Lindor. Swing and a foul straight down. So 7 pitches already seen by Francisco Lindor. Not sure if that one got a piece of his foot, because he hobbles around just a little bit outside the batter's box. Sometimes with Francisco, you can't tell if he's wincing or smiling, because he smiled so much, but I think that got him on top of the foot.
I was just going to say the same thing, Howie. Every time you look down at Lindor, you say, he looks like he's having a great time, smiling, but fighting off the pain, hitting him on the inside of that right front foot.
So with 2 strikes, as it's been for a while, Muncy very deep at third now. And the 2-2 to Lindor, swinging a high fly ball, well hit to right. Betts going back, this might go, and it is gone, a home run! Francisco Lindor just pulled a Lenny Dykstra as he leads off a game in the postseason with a home run, and the Mets take an instant 1-0 lead. How badly did they need that? Well, first of all, now the Dodgers shutout streak is done. But think back to the 1986 World Series. They lost the first 2 games at home. Now, again, that was the first 2 games. But they go into Fenway Park for Game 3, and Lenny Dykstra led off with a home run, and that had one calming effect on 25, or then it was 24 players. Here it has the same effect, I'm sure, on 26. 1-0 Mets. What an at-bat by Lindor.
Saw a lot of pitches, and again, you just get that feeling. Okay, now it's a series again, right? Yesterday was all Dodgers. In baseball, it's always fresh start, Game 2, and the Mets get off to a good start.
Here's Mark Vientos, right-hand batter, takes a fastball outside for ball 1. So it takes one batter for the Mets to do what they couldn't do through 9 full innings last night. They only managed 3 hits, and they were all singles. The 1-0 to Vientos, taken for a called strike and a slider. And the count even, 1-1 to Mark, who went 0 for 4 and struck out 3 times last night. He's 12 for 32 in the postseason, but he has struck out 13 times. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and that's lined the other way towards right. Betts stands his ground and makes the catch. 1 man down as that ball hung up for him. It'll bring up Brandon Nimmo, so Lindor knocked it out of the park. Sponsored by Chopra and No Sereno, the exclusive personal injury firm of the New York Mets. Well, here is Brandon Nimmo, and he revealed yesterday to The Athletic that he's been playing with plantar fasciitis in his foot, and it goes way back to pretty early this year. Left-hand batter takes a called strike, a fastball, 0-1. He went 0 for 3 last night. And Carlos Mendoza said this morning, it's the kind of thing that, you know, if this had happened in June or July and gotten to the point where it is now, because it's more painful than it was earlier, the 0-1 taken down and in, a fastball, 1 ball and 1 strike, they probably say take 10 days, 2 weeks off, put him on the IL. But as Carlos also said recently, it's big boy time. So you think about Nimmo, you think about the Dodgers' Freddie Freeman. 1-1 to Nimmo, a check swing. He did not go around, holding up at the slider, and it's 2-1. So Nimmo is in there. He has gone 7 out of 29 in the postseason. Pete Alonso waiting on deck. Lindor's second homer of the postseason has the Mets on top. And the 2-1 taken low. 3 balls and 1 strike. Lindor delivering the first Mets hit of the game, sponsored by River Spring Living. See what makes life in River Spring Living special. Visit riverspringliving.org. So Nimmo ahead in the count, 3-1. Brasier delivers. Swing on a foul, back to the screen, full count. And the Mets' first run of the game, sponsored by Sloman's Home Security. Real security, powered by real people. Sloman's, the difference is human. So 3-2 to Nimmo. Now Brasier sets at the belt. Here's the payoff pitch. Brandon takes outside, ball 4. He missed with a slider. And the Mets leading 1-0, get a one-out base runner for Pete Alonso.
Here comes Mark Brasier, the pitching coach for the Dodgers, to talk to Ryan Brasier. And as they talk to him, another reliever starts to get up. And that's because, again, in this bullpen game, everybody has to be great. It's gone home run, hard line out by Vientos, and now a walk. And the lefty Anthony Banda is getting up. And again, the Dodgers, the ability to use so many arms today helps too. Flaherty was great last night. The off day tomorrow makes it even better and more strategic for Roberts to use everybody in that pen.
So he doesn't have to wait too long with Brasier because of just that. Banda, remember, is the only left-hander now with Brasier hurt in the Dodgers bullpen. Mets just got their first walk of the game. Brought to you by Total Orthopedics, the experts at getting you back to being you. And now Pete Alonso, right-hand hitter, 6 for 25 in the postseason. First pitch to Pete, pulled on the ground towards third, gloved by Muncy, throws to second, 1. Hernandez to first, a double play, 5-4-3, and the Mets are done in the first. A run on a hit, the Lindor leadoff homer. Nobody left, middle of the first. It's the Mets 1 and the Dodgers coming up on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
You never have to worry about thinking too big because you have a reliable connection that puts everything within reach. A connection to education, to family and friends, and most of all, to opportunity. That's life unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Chopra and Nocerino is the exclusive personal injury firm of the New York Mets. Winning in the playoffs is a battle. So is a personal injury case. Trust Chopra and Nocerino will fight for you and go the distance if needed. Chopra and Nocerino always come prepared.
Cheers, Insiders! Thanks for hanging out with us tonight during this NLCS matchup. Now's the time to let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Put it in there. Let us know what city and state you're in if you're here in the U.S., city and province in Canada, and if you're international. Put that flag emoji in the chat for your nation. Let's see how far out our reach is in this world. It's always really cool to see where everybody's hanging out with us and where they're watching this game from. Now, let's get back to the baseball. Good luck to your team, and let's have some fun. See you in the chat.
Local Honda dealer today.
Based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelly Blue Book, visit kbb.com for more information.
Paramus Hyundai knows that in playoff baseball, every hit, pitch, play, and save can make all the difference. Same with shopping for a new vehicle. Leave nothing to chance. Score huge savings at Paramus Hyundai. Don't miss amazing limited-time pricing on all your favorites, including the 2024 Hyundai Elantra, all backed by America's best warranty, the 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty with owner assurance. 4 is always less. Route 4 Paramus Hyundai, ParamusHyundai.com. Let's go New York.
Well, we go to the last of the first inning. Lenny Dykstra's leadoff homer.
We're living in the past, man.
Maybe it'll prove to be, but I mentioned Lenny Dykstra when Francisco Lindor led off with a home run because of what Lenny did in the 1986 World Series. But you know what? There's another leadoff home run anniversary today, as it is October the 14th. And in the first World Series game ever played at Shea Stadium on this date in 1969, Tommy Agee led off the bottom of the first inning against Jim Palmer with a home run. The Mets would go on to win that game 5-0. Well, I hope you can hear us because we have to compete not so much against the Dodgers crowd, but against their ridiculously high-level PA system here. The crowd itself is only reasonably loud. There are much louder crowds. Philadelphia, for example, would be one. But the PA here, Sean Manaea facing Shohei Ohtani, lefty against lefty. First ball swinging. Ohtani fouls it back into the seats behind the third base dugout. And the count 0-1. Ohtani 2 for 4 last night. You know, he's gone 0 for 6 with the bases empty during the postseason. But wait till you hear what else he's done. The 0-1 sweeper from Manaea outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. There are no runners on base here, of course, as he leads off the bottom of the first inning. Let me hear what he's done with men in scoring position. The 1-1, fastball over a called strike, 1-2, and this precedes the postseason. But Shohei Ohtani has gone 16 for his last 19 with men in scoring position going back to September the 19th. That is ridiculous.
They have to give him the Barry Bonds treatment.
Well, Manaea pitching to him is ahead 1-2. And Sean delivers. Missed outside with a sweeper. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sean Manaea not had a whole lot of success against the Dodgers. 8 starts. He's 1-5. A 7.09 earned run average. And the 2-2 to Ohtani. Swung at him, missed, strike 3. Swung over top of a sinker. And so in the lefty-lefty matchup, Manaea beats Ohtani. 1 up, 1 down. And Mookie Betts will be the batter.
Well, exactly what you're talking about. That's the best time to face Ohtani with nobody on base. Doesn't hurt you. And once again, he's 0 for in the postseason with nobody on.
So here is Mookie Betts. Mookie, a right-hand hitter, 1 for 4 last night. First pitch, breaking ball over, a called strike, 0-1. Sure looks like a curve. He calls that his sweeper, but in any event, it's very effective. And Betts has hit him well in the past. 10 for 32 with 3 homers against Manaea. The 0-1 swung on and missed. That looked like a changeup, and it was. And the count 0-2. Mets defensive alignment sponsored by Olin & Cohen Orthopedic Group. Experiencing orthopedic pain. They've got specialists for that. 0-2 to Mookie Betts. Now the pitch. Fastball a little bit high. 1-2. Alonso at first. Iglesias at second. Lindor at short. Vientos at third. Nemo, Taylor, Marte left to right in the outfield with Alvarez catching. Here's the 1-2 to Betts. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Got him with a fastball. And Manaea looking good, has struck out the first 2. 2 up, 2 down. Teoscar Hernandez will be the batter.
Hey, the Mets have these lefties with Manaea and, of course, Peterson and Quintana. And so usually an advantage when you have Ohtani and Freeman. The Dodgers have the best OPS in baseball against left-handed pitching, though.
Here's Teoscar Hernandez. He takes down and in. 1 ball and no strikes, a sinker. Hernandez went 0 for 3 last night. Terrific regular season with 33 home runs. The 1-0 on the way. Breaking ball fouled back to the screen. 1-1. You know, his agent tweeted something a couple of days ago. I think Hernandez hit Alvarez with a backswing there. And they just spoke briefly to each other and patted each other on the shoulder. No intent, of course, on the backswing. Catchers now are so much closer to the plate than they used to be that we've seen so much more of that. But in any event, Teoscar Hernandez's agent tweeted something out the other day, kind of boasting about the fact that although other agents thought he took an under-market value contract, that Hernandez came through and now he's in great shape to get a really big deal this offseason. The 1-1 on the way, taken high and away, 2-1. I don't know if I were an agent, if this is the right time to be crowing about that.
Well, he signed a 1-year, $23.5 million deal, and he has had a great year.
2-1 on the way, taken outside, 3 balls and 1 strike, a changeup. So yeah, he's eligible for free agency, and he certainly will cash in, no doubt. But the Dodgers certainly struck gold with him. 1-0 Mets, 2 out, nobody on last of the first. Here's the 3-1 to Hernandez. Breaking ball down and in, ball 4. 2 strikeouts and a walk. Dodgers have their first base runner, and Freddie Freeman will be the batter. The umpires lineup brought to you by RWJ Barnabas Health. Let's be healthy together. Mike Malinsky has the plate. Nick Lentz at first. Bill Miller, the crew chief, at second. David Rackley at third. Jordan Baker on the left field line. Jeremy Rehak on the right field line. Here's Freeman, lefty-lefty. First pitch hit high in the air to right center field. It's playable. Marte in the gap, calls off Taylor, makes the one-hand catch, and that retires the side. No runs, no hits, a walk, 1 left, and the end of 1 in Game 2. It's the Mets 1, the Dodgers 0 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
Hello, my dear. We've been waiting all year to unleash the sounds of fear. Soundtracks, scary stories, a howl and a sneer. SiriusXM Scream. Your soundtrack for Halloween, starting Thursday, Channel 105, and on the SiriusXM app.
The most important person in sports is you, the fan.
Let me tell you something. I'm a real fan.
And your place for sports talk is Mad Dog Sports Radio, where your voice is heard all day long.
I couldn't wait to get into the truck, turn on 82.
Sharing the thrill of victory.
The joy, the jubilation. I can't stop smiling.
And the agony of defeat.
When is this franchise going to realize people really care about this?
Passionate sports fans call 888 Mad Dog 6.
You gotta love sports.
Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the SiriusXM app.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball. You love yelling at your buddies about baseball because they love baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, and much, much, much more. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
You want baseball? The doggy has you covered. Tune in to Mad Dog Unleashed for the best baseball coverage anywhere. Weekdays 3 to 6 Eastern. SiriusXM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Mets fans, no matter where you are, you won't miss a pitch with the SiriusXM app. Hear every game all season long. Download the SiriusXM app and search Mets.
To happen, of course. He was the opener, a bullpen game for the Dodgers. Brasier leaves. And the Mets will now see right-hander Landon Knack, which is kind of fitting because the Dodgers have had a knack for using these bullpen games successfully. They've been very, very good in these situations. In fact, the Dodgers in these bullpen games have gone 17-8 going back to 2022. And so Knack, who could give them some bulk because he has been a starting pitcher, too, for the Dodgers, is the one who's going to pick up for Ryan Brasier. Knack this year made 12 starts, 3 relief appearances, going 3-5 with a 3.65 ERA out of East Tennessee State University. And is going to face Starling Marte, Jesse Winker, and Jose Iglesias here in the second inning with the Mets leading 1-0 on the leadoff home run by Francisco Lindor. So now it's Marte, went 0 for 4 last night. Right-hand batter, the first pitch, line to left field. That's a base hit. Marte hit it hard, a first pitch fastball. And it's played back in by Teoscar Hernandez, and the Mets get the leadoff man on. Marte hit a couple of balls very hard last night, too. One deep to right field and one to center field. A ball in which a nice play was made in center by Kevin Kiermaier. And now Jesse Winker, the batter. He went 1 for 3 and then got into some base running frolics, which cost the Mets a base runner and maybe later in the inning a run. Who knows how that might have played out. Doesn't matter now. First pitch to Winker taken high and outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Winker 3 out of 12 in the postseason. He is the designated hitter as we come to you live from the Bigelow Tea broadcast booth. Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly. Knack delivers and missed outside with a fastball, so it's 2-0 with Jose Iglesias waiting on deck. Landon Knack out of Johnson City, Tennessee. Second round pick of the Dodgers 4 years ago. He bends way down at the waist before straightening as he's ready to go. Now throws to first, diving back in as Marte, so that's the first disengagement by Knack. So you would imagine that Knack might be in position here to give the Dodgers some bulk, considering that he did make those 12 starts during the year. The 2-0 is in for a called strike, a curve, and it's 2-1. His first postseason appearance came in Game 4 against the Padres and pitched only 1 inning. Marte with a decent-sized lead at first. Freeman holding against him. Knack straightens back up. 2-1 pitch. Swinging a pop foul, going straight back out of play. Looking for a supportive community for your mom or dad? One of the River Spring Living senior housing options might be the perfect fit. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living special. Visit riverspringliving.org for more today. This PA gets any louder, I'll be joining them there before you know it. The 2-2 taken high and tight. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Just lucky that there's 2 here, and then back home where things are a little bit less brutally loud than they are in this building, where we can recover our eardrums.
Well, not if the Queen's crew has anything to say about it. Their own special brand of ear-splitting mayhem.
I mean, this is the only place, usually in the inning break, you take your headset off. I keep mine on to keep the sound down between innings here.
3-2 the count. Let's see if Marte's running here. Knack sets. Not running. The pitch to Winker, foul straight back. He had a fastball and a pretty good pitch to hit, but he fouled it off.
I've already seen the Mets with better at-bats than we did yesterday, and I think that a lot of it is on Francisco Lindor, has been the leader of this team. Just that home run loosens everybody up. You could tell with Marte, first pitch swinging. Winker's right on. Knack right here. Much better today.
3-2. Now the payoff pitch. Breaking ball low, ball 4. The Mets have runners at first and second, nobody out. And already they've had better at-bats in these first 2 innings than they had at any time really last night. Lindor a great at-bat before hitting the home run. Oh, was it 8 pitches, I think? The 8th pitch he hit out. Nimmo drew a walk. Now Winker is the runner at first with Marte at second, and Jose Iglesias will be the batter.
Especially this game, this sport, a 7-game series. What happened yesterday was so out of the blue for the Mets that you just have to forget about it, and it seems that they already have here with ducks on the pond early.
Now can they take advantage here in the second and widen the lead? First pitch to Iglesias. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball down and away. 0-1. And I don't know what it is, but I don't know if the numbers support this. But to the eye test, and my memory anyhow, it sure seems as though Iglesias has chased more in the last few games than he has all year. The 0-1, he lays off that breaking ball in the dirt, a slider, and it's 1-1.
His strikeout rate is definitely higher in the postseason. The funny thing is that he was really a bad ball hitter. So a lot of those 2-strike hits were on pitches up or down or out that he'd usually drive in for runs. He just seems to be missing them these last 2 weeks.
Infield a double play dip. They turned a double play on Alonso in the first. Here's the 1-1. Swinging a high pop-up, shallow right. Kike Hernandez backpedaling. They put the infield fly rule on as Kike catches it on the outfield grass. And there's one away. So Iglesias unable to advance the runners. And the number 8 hitter, also a guy who's been struggling lately, Tyrone Taylor, will be next.
Number 15, Tyrone Taylor.
Taylor 0 for 2 last night. And just 3 out of 25 in the postseason, but he certainly has basically declared himself the everyday center fielder over the last few weeks. Harrison Bader had a really good first 4.5 months, but just completely stopped hitting. So Bader's become a late inning defensive specialist and/or pinch runner. And here is Taylor, right-hand batter. First pitch, breaking ball over, a called strike, 0-1. A slider from Landon Knack. Now Knack straightens back up. The 0-1. Swing on a pop foul. Straight back going out of play. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes on Tyrone Taylor, who hit .248 during the regular season with 7 homers, 35 RBIs, but he finished strong. Hitting .314 over the last 16 games, when every one of those games was so crucial to the Mets' postseason chances. Now Knack turns, wheels, and does not throw to second, just to chase Marte back. But for the record, it does count as a disengagement. Marte at second, Winker at first, 1-0 Mets. 1 out, top second. 0-2 to Taylor. Knack deals. Swinging a drive deep to left, but it's going to hook foul. He got out in front of that and hit it a ton into the second deck down the left field line, but just a little too frisky.
Well, we've just seen Tyrone Taylor with fastballs this year. I mean, it's all season. You talk about when he's had success, he usually gets a fastball that he can do damage with. He crushed that pitch just wide left.
He does chase a lot, and that's what Knack's trying to make him do here on 0-2. The pitch. He lines one to left field, hooking, fair ball, base hit, going into the corner. Marte scores. Winker on his way to third. He'll be held there, pulling into second, and standing with a double is Tyrone Taylor, and the Mets have a 2-0 lead.
This lineup is back today. This is a curveball down the middle, and Taylor just turned on it. And so far, the Dodgers, their bullpen game plan, again, in a bullpen game to work. Everybody's got to be good. Brasier not good. Knack so far not good. The Mets have gotten to both relievers that they've seen to start this game.
And now an opportunity with 1 out and 2 in scoring position to really spread things out a little bit, albeit very early, of course. And the Dodgers are moving the infield up. Francisco Alvarez, the batter. First pitch on the way. Swinging a high pop-up behind shortstop. Going back Edman on the outfield grass. Makes the catch, 2 men away. So Alvarez may be over-anxious going after the first pitch there. And now Francisco Lindor will be the batter. And first base is open. We'll see how the Dodgers pitch him here. But boy, that was an opportunity for Alvarez, and he was just a little over-anxious.
He's an aggressive hitter, and that sometimes helps and sometimes hurts, especially in this inning where we've seen Winker, Iglesias, Taylor work long at bats, see a pitch here and there, and you like Alvarez to go deep into the at-bat and get something that he can handle. But he doesn't deal with that, and the Dodgers will not deal with Lindor. They are going to put on Francisco intentionally. So Lindor going to first. Bases loaded, and it's up to Vientos here.
So Mark Vientos, we told you he has struck out a lot, but he also has been one of the breakout stars of this postseason, never mind just for the Mets. Vientos flied to right his first time, and he bats now with the bases loaded.
He had to call for time because he wasn't ready. He doesn't have his ankle guard on or his elbow guard on, so he is walking to home plate. The clock was winding down. He has to be ready by 8 seconds. At 11, he called for time and then dressed himself. That intentional walk, he wasn't ready for that.
Well, now he's got to channel it and be insulted by it, as hitters have been over the years. I remember Kevin McReynolds saying how he took it personally when they'd walk somebody ahead of him. First pitch, low with a fastball, ball 1. I think Knack wanted that, the way he kind of raised his arms after the call of ball 1 was issued by Mike Molinsky. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Swinging a bouncing ball along the third baseline, foul. And it's 1-1 to Vientos.
I know it's early here, Howie, but this is a chance to really pounce here for the Mets. And yesterday was so lopsided against them that early here they need a big at bat.
Oh, you bet. 1-1. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul going back into the second deck. Actually, it carries into the suite level just above the second deck behind first base. And now Knack is ahead 1-2. And again, Vientos, a high strikeout performer, 13 times in 33 at-bats in the postseason, looking for contact. The 1-2, swing and a foul straight back, so he made contact, but trying to put it in play and widen what is a 2-0 Mets lead here in the second inning. Knack has thrown 20 pitches. Here's the 1-2. Low, nice block by the catcher, Will Smith. And that evens the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. From the looks of things, even in allowing for a late arriving crowd, probably not quite a sellout today. Quite a bit of scattered empties in the upper deck, down in the right field corner in particular. But those who are here are standing and waving their towels. Now the 2-2 pitch. Swinging a high pop-up. He reached for it. It's in foul ground. Third base side. Muncy over. Looking. It's out of play. Well, the flags aren't doing much. Off the bat, that looked pretty much like the third out. But fortunately for Vientos and the Mets, it carried far enough away from Muncy that it hit the dugout roof.
I could see the way Muncy was moving over. It was very slow and methodical. I thought he was going to camp under it. It just kept moving and moving and moving. And now Vientos with another life here.
So a break of sorts for the Mets. Can Vientos cash in? 2-2 the count. Knack kicks and deals. Low outside, ball 3. Missed with a slider. And now the carousel will be in motion with 2 out and the bases loaded. Winker at third, Taylor at second, Lindor at first. Will have automatic starts on 3-2. The Mets leading 2-0. Can Vientos make it more? The payoff pitch, swinging a grounder towards third, foul again. Second time he's shot one on the ground down the third base line, foul by a couple of feet. And the runners, all 3 of whom were moving on the pitch, will head back to their respective bases. And Forrest Knack, who's been slider happy, has only thrown one fastball among the 9 pitches to Vientos, but here's the payoff pitch. Swing on a drive in the air, pretty well hit right center. Pages back at the track, near the wall. It is gone! A grand slam for Mark Vientos on a 3-2 pitch. He clears the bases, hitting it into the pavilion in right center field. Mark Vientos with the Mets' second grand slam of the postseason, his third postseason home run, has given the Mets a 6-0 lead.
Tell you what, Howie, you nailed it. It was slider, 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 and Vientos was battling that entire at-bat, waiting. Knack loves his fastball, hadn't thrown it more than once. Vientos fouls off enough pitches. He sees one out over the plate and absolutely destroys it. And just like it was 9-0 yesterday in a wow game, it's 6-0 now in a wow game on the Mets side.
So about that Francisco Lindor leadoff home run, that was the alarm clock. That was Francisco's way of saying to the Mets, it's a new day, boys. Brandon Nimmo fouls the first one straight back out of play. The count 0-1. Now note, of course, we are only in the second inning. The Mets have 5 runs in. They lead 6-0. This is a very prolific Dodger offense. The 0-1 taken low by Nimmo. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Dodgers average over 5 runs per game, second most of any team in the National League. Now the 1-1. Nimmo pops it up outside third. That's slicing towards the seats and out of play. And so it's 1-2 to Nimmo. But go back to that foul ball that Vientos hit just before the grand slam. Again, off the bat, it looked like the third out. Muncy was drifting over, but even without the help of any kind of really strong breeze, it just carried far enough away to land on the dugout roof. And then Vientos straightened out the next one. So here's the 1-2 pitch to Nimmo. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with a fastball. And that retires the side. But in the second, the Mets sent 8 men to the plate. They scored 5 runs. There were 3 hits, no errors, nobody left. Middle of the second, it's the Mets 6. The Dodgers nothing on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets! The bottom of the second is the perfect time to brew up a cup of your favorite Bigelow tea and take a moment just for you. Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. We got your down at the beach wows, your top of the mountain wows, your show-stopping wows, your cork-popping wows. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Chopra and Nocerino is the exclusive personal injury firm of the New York Mets. Winning in the playoffs is a battle. So is a personal injury case. Trust Chopra and Nocerino will fight for you and go the distance if needed. Chopra and Nocerino always come prepared. They have proven results and will fight to get results you need. They have countless victories here in New York and serve New Yorkers proudly. If you've been hurt in an accident, you need to call Chopra and Nocerino. 855-NYC-HURT. Chopra and Nocerino. They'll fight for you.
When just one life is saved, it wins the game. Just like in baseball, when the same player has 3,000 hits, it's monumental. LifeVac, the original choking rescue device, is approaching 3,000 lives saved. Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, CEO and inventor of LifeVac. With its place, push, pull technology, LifeVac uses suction to clear the airway and save a life. There's only one proven airway clearance device, LifeVac. Mention code BASEBALL for 20% off your order today. Go to lifevac.net.
Last of the second inning, game 2 of the National League Championship Series. It's the Mets 6, the Dodgers nothing, with the Mets looking to even up this series before heading back to New York. Yankee Stadium is where the baseball will be played tonight. Sponsored by your local Honda dealers. Contact one for a great deal today. Alex Cobb for the Cleveland Guardians. Carlos Rodon for the Yankees in the opener of the American League Championship Series. But right now, Sean Manaea with that big 6-0 lead will face Will Smith, Tommy Edman, and Max Muncy here in the last of the second inning. As I started to say before, 6-0 early is great for the Mets, but this is a Dodger offense that averaged over 5 runs per 9 innings or per game. Only the Arizona Diamondbacks averaged more, so Mets have their work cut out for them despite the big early lead. Will Smith, the batter, right-hand hitter, and the first pitch taken down the middle, a called strike, 0-1. A sinker from Manaea to start off Smith, who is just 2 for 19 in the postseason, but he's liked what he's seen from Manaea, 9 out of 18. And the 0-1 lifted foul into the seats down the first base side on the second deck, and quickly it's 0-2. Manaea works from the third base side of the rubber. The outfield straight away against the right-hand hitter. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Went away with a sinker. And Manaea has his third strikeout. 1 out, nobody on. Tommy Edman coming up. A strikeout sponsored by Berkeley College. Take a swing at your future with one of their certificate or degree programs. Learn more at berkeleycollege.edu. Madge, you are a genius. Thank you so much for just dialing down the PA when I've got to read a paid advertisement. That's why he's the best in the business. Manaea's first pitch to Tommy Edman is a breaking ball that's low for ball 1.
Who is that friend of yours you were going to have fly out here and pull the plug?
Oh, Doug Gould.
Yes.
Former New York Post sports writer who famously yanked the plug on the loud Nassau Coliseum organ 40 years ago. The 1-0 fastball taken inside by the switch-hitting Edman, batting right-handed, and it's 2-0.
Well, he didn't show up today to pull the plug. It is still alive and well, that speaker system out there in center.
We got to think of something. The 2-0 taken for a called strike. It's 2-1. The sinker once again for Manaea. Dodgers had scored 23 unanswered runs until the Lindor homer. The 2-1 taken for a called strike. Now the sinker, and it's 2-2 to Edman. Tommy Edman is a much better right-hand hitter, certainly has been this year, than left-handed. Hit just 181 left-handed, and 14 out of 34 as a right-hand batter. 2-2. Now the pitch. Swing on a ground ball up the middle. That is a base hit going into center field. Seemingly took forever to get through there. Lindor ranging to his left, Iglesias to his right. Neither could reach it, and the Dodgers have their first hit. A 1-out ground ball single by Tommy Edman, and that will bring up Max Muncy.
Well, you talk about the offense being such a good piece of this Dodgers team. That's why this is such an important half inning for Sean Manaea. To get the lead, the shutdown inning, to quell the offense right after you build the lead.
Now here's Muncy against Manaea. First pitch to Muncy, hit in the air to left center field, pretty deep but playable. Taylor there makes the catch, and there are 2 men away. Kike Hernandez will be the batter now. Hernandez went 2 for 4 last night, playing 3 different positions as he was moved around by manager Dave Roberts. He's at second base today. One guy the Dodgers miss, and we've talked about all their pitching injuries, of course, is Miguel Rojas, who played a lot of shortstop for them this year in his second go-round with the Dodgers. And if you've paid attention over the years, going back to when Rojas was with the Miami Marlins, he really hit well against the Mets. First pitch to Hernandez is taken high, ball 1, a changeup. So the Mets don't mind not seeing Miguel Rojas in this series. Hernandez just 1 for 11 against Manaea. Mets 6, Dodgers nothing, 2 out. Edman at first, we're in the last of the second. 1-0 pitch, in for a called strike, another sinker, and it's 1-1. Andy Pages, the center fielder, is waiting on deck for the Dodgers. These teams will fly to New York after this afternoon's game. Off day tomorrow, game 3 on Wednesday at Citi Field. The 1-1 taken outside, ball 2. We know that Luis Severino is going to pitch for the Mets. Sevy is probably in the air by now. The Mets sent him back to New York early, and he got quite the chuckle from the New York media when he passed by as he walked out of the clubhouse this morning. Tell you why, after the 2-1 to Hernandez, taken down and in, ball 3. But in a show of solidarity with Mets starting pitcher Sean Manaea, Luis Severino had eye black stenciled 5'9", Sean Manaea's uniform number.
Wearing street clothes with a luggage on the way to the airport with face paint.
Here's the 3-1 on the way outside, ball 4. So Kike Hernandez, the number 8 hitter, draws a walk. And that'll bring up the rookie say they need some length out of Manaea. So here's Paez, right-hand batter with power. And the first pitch breaking ball is outside, ball 1. He started him with a sweeper. Paez hit .248, 13 homers, 46 RBIs. His first big league homer came here against the Mets. The 1-0, fastball high and away. It's ball 2. Tell you how long ago that was. April 21st. It was against Grant Hartwig. 2-0 the count. Manaea to the belt. Now the pitch. Paez takes a fastball for a called strike. So 2-1 with Shohei Ohtani on deck. So you'd much rather face Ohtani leading off the next inning than with runners on base here. The 2-1 foul back to the screen. It's 2-2 to Paez. Paez from Cuba, as I mentioned, went to the Dominican Republic in an effort to get himself signed, which he did by the Dodgers. Mentioned he's got a lot of power. He's got a great throwing arm. 2-2 the count. Manaea sets, now the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, side retired. He got him with a sinker, big strikeout. Now Ohtani will lead off the bottom of the third with the Mets leading by at least 6. In the second, no runs, a hit, 2 left. And to the end of 2, the Mets 6, the Dodgers nothing on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
To truly go inside the game of pro football, you need to see things from the player's perspective.
Let's go!
Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, catch the Player's Point. Join NFL tight end Colin Thompson and wide receiver Allen Robinson as they break down the biggest stories in the NFL.
I think that's what makes the National Football League so special.
The Player's Point. Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, only on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM has everything a college football fan needs.
He's in trouble and down he goes. The ball comes out.
All the big games.
Is that thing on? Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. The one that's hanging out with us listening to the NLDS. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and making this the best chat on YouTube for the MLB playoffs. Please hit that subscribe button down below and turn on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single MLB playoff game the rest of the way, as well as all kinds of other sports action. Thank you to all of the insiders. Cheers to everyone who has subscribed already. We really appreciate you helping this awesome community keep on growing and make it almost to 50K. We're getting so close. Please help us get there if you haven't done so already. And if you have, you rock. Thank you. Now let's get back to the game. Good luck to your team. We'll see you in the chat.
Fantasy football players, from start-sit decisions to waiver wire advice. Win your fantasy football league with Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
In front of the Dodgers, 6-0 here in Game 2 of the National League Championship Series. Francisco Lindor led off with a home run. Mark Vientos hit a grand slam. And just to, I suppose, keep in step with what seems to be the vernacular, in case you're interested, Francisco Lindor is 7 batters away as we begin the third inning, Keith.
I see what you did there, Howie. Pete Alonso, Starling Marte, and Jesse Winker will lead off here in the third inning for the Mets against Landon Knack. Well, there's no doubt Shohei Ohtani is probably the greatest player of this generation. What he's able to do offensively and on the mound, nobody has been able to replicate since Babe Ruth. And I assure you, Babe was not throwing 100 with a sweeper at 90 miles an hour. But I'll get into that in a second. Here's the pitch to Alonso. Fastball misses high and in for ball 1. During the playoffs, Fox has had a little graphic on their broadcast to count down the number of at-bats until Shohei Ohtani is up. Here's the 1-0. Breaking ball strike outside corner. 1-1 on Pete.
I'm here to inform, that's all.
I guess so are they in a way. Here comes the 1-1 to Alonso. Misses high and in. 2 balls and 1 strike. And I get it, right? He's their biggest and brightest star in a very long time. Trying to break into the rest of the culture. So maybe a new audience watching in, but it's a little weird. The 2-1 is a strike down the middle. 2-2 on Pete. Well, heart of the lineup here for the Mets, powered by 10-to-1 Rum. Elevate your game day experience with 10-to-1 Rum's lineup of Mets-inspired cocktails. 10-to-1 Rum, a proud partner of the Mets. 2-2. Pete hits it hard but foul, pulling it down third. That stays 2 balls and 2 strikes. And again, the heart here with Alonso, Marte, and Winker. Trying to build on a 6-0 lead. Trying to win game 2 and head back to New York with an even first 2 games of this best of 7 in the National League Championship Series. The infield back swung around left. Knack in the sunshine deals the 2-2. And Pete lines one to center field. That's a base hit. Alonso is on for the first time today. Joining the rest of the Mets, who have had a pretty good start to this second game. And here's Starling Marte. And Pete is 1 for 2. His first at bat, he bounced into a 5-4-3 double play, which as soon as he did that, at the back of my mind was just thinking, isn't that amazing that a game in Milwaukee, game 3, first and third, there was a chance Pete grounded into a double play to end the season, but obviously his swing is why we're all still here. Pitch to Marte. He takes a slider strike at the top of the zone. 0-1 on Starling. 6-0 Mets, top 3. Big hole open on the right side. Freeman holding on Alonso at first, and Kike Hernandez, the second baseman, slid way up the middle. 0-1 on Marte. Knack fires home. Misses high, and Marte has to lean back and out of the way of 93 upstairs. 1 ball and 1 strike. So in a sense, this bullpen game for the Dodgers could be an advantage if, again, everybody is on. But when they are behind, Dave Roberts will push Landon Knack until maybe the offense evens this thing out. 1-1. Fought off foul behind home plate, and it's 1-2.
And if it doesn't, if the Mets should stay comfortably ahead, then it actually can work to Roberts' advantage as well, in the sense that he wouldn't have to use any of his, quote, high leverage guys and save them for Wednesday.
Game 3 coming up on Wednesday in New York. Expecting to see Walker Buehler for the Dodgers, an actual starter. 1-2. Marte takes a ball in the dirt. Slider. That's 2 balls and 2 strikes. And again, Yoshinobu Yamamoto is the other of the 3 starters. Last night was Flaherty. Game 3 should be Buehler. Yamamoto in game 4, maybe game 5. They haven't announced that yet. They've been careful with him too, because he's coming back from injury. Next, 2-2. Marte pops it down the right field line, slicing foul into the seats. That stays 2-2. And again, that's why this game, in many ways, they're all must-wins. But when the Dodgers, who are short on starters, go with a bullpen game, you have to make it hurt. And the Mets have made it hurt. It's 6-0 New York in the top of the third. Alonso is small lead at first. Again, Freeman holding him on. Knack closes off, stands tall. 2-2 to Marte. Fouled back, redirecting the heater to the front row. It's still 2-2. I think Mary Hart is here, right? Mary Hart's always here in the front row.
Yeah, she's there.
A lot of stars in the building last night, a lot of stars today. I have a bone to pick with Jason Bateman. He and Will Arnett from, well, Hollywood, but Smartless podcast were here doing the starting lineups. Here's the 2-2. Marte pops it up, foul ground first base side. Freeman over toward the dugout, stops, reaches, makes the catch, and leans against that Camberwell railing down the first baseline at the back or the far side of the Mets dugout. Well, Marte along at bat, but he pops out. 1 up and 1 down. I should say 1 on and 1 out here for Jesse Winker. Top of the third, 6-0 Mets. Jason Bateman was here with Will Arnett doing the starting lineups, doing the Vin Scully ode. It's time for Dodger baseball. Jason Bateman was at Citi Field weeks ago cheering for the Mets. He's playing both sides. Unbelievable. So the first pitch to the lefty Winker at the knees, a called strike, 0-1.
Supposedly he's a Jets fan, and I guess they're doing one of those Manning casts tonight, and he heard that Will Arnett was going to be a guest on the Manning cast, and he weaseled his way onto it too. We can watch that on the plane if you're so inclined.
0-1 on Winker, spinning a throw to first, and Alonso back in. Well, that makes it sound like Jason Bateman's going to be at a Patriots game. Well, they don't throw out the first pitch of the football game, but you get the idea.
Yeah, and you're probably right. America's fan, Jason Bateman.
I guess. 0-1 on Winker, 1 out, pitch. Down low, Knack misses with a breaker, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, a lot of people here last night. Pat Sajak was here, Ken Jeong was here, Anthony Anderson was here, and those are all the people that they showed on TV. Think of all the other stars that are around here hiding under a hat and some sunglasses.
I used to come here praying I would see Don Rickles, my idol.
1-1 on Winker. Knack fires, swing and a miss and a heater, and it's 1-2. Well, if you see Don Rickles today,
yeah, let's
that would be a surprise.
Yeah, let's just appreciate the greatness of Rickles, who
Absolutely.
was very good friends with the late Tommy Lasorda, and that's why Rickles was often here.
6-0 Mets in LA, game 2, top of the third, 1-on-1 out, 1-2, that's high, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tommy Lasorda is all over this place, photos, images. You go out in center field, underneath the pavilion, there's some extra food and concession stands. There's tucked behind one corridor, there's some old photos with him and Sinatra. Really, really cool stuff around this place. Max 2-2. Breaking ball, got him. Snapped over the right pitch. Winker doesn't think so, but the curveball sits him down. 2 outs, and here's Jose Iglesias. But there was a skit, right, where Don Rickles had a Dodger jersey on, and he was, I don't know if he was pretending to be Lasorda, but he was managing, I guess.
He went out to change pitchers. He and Pedro Guerrero had quite the conversation.
Here's Iglesias, 1 on, 2 outs, 6-0 Mets, top 3. Knack fires. Missed outside with ball 1.
I don't speak a word of Spanish, but I question whether Don does either, but he sure faked it pretty well if he doesn't.
Oh, that was...
Or didn't.
Now, his style of comedy was certainly for a different time, but still hilarious sometimes. Iglesias popped out his last time. This pitch, line to left field and down for a base hit in front of Hernandez. Alonso to second. He stops there. So Iglesias, a 2-out hit, has now set up first and second for Tyrone Taylor. And the Mets, who have scored in every inning, are now threatening again here in the third. And Taylor, last time up against Knack, pulled a double to left. Well, he saw a bunch of different pitches in that at bat. And right now, Knack is on the mound. Nobody throwing for the Dodgers in that bullpen, which is down the left field line in the outfield. Although somebody is up with the resistance band getting stretched out. Mets have stretched out a 6-0 lead. Top 3. 2 on, 2 out for Taylor. Alvarez on deck. The young right-hander set. His pitch. Off the plate. Missed away with ball 1. Now, thank you to our sponsor, Veterinary Emergency Group, Veg ER for Pets. Go to VEG.com to find a location nearest you. Infield back swung around left. Alonso at second. Pitch high and outside. Ball 2. Tyrone Taylor now can get comfortable here. 2-0 count. First and second, and Knack showing maybe he's starting to sweat a little bit. Goes to the back of the mound. Grabs and squeezes at that rosin bag. First and second, 2 outs. Knack deals. Just missed outside. It's 3-0.
He's already thrown 52 pitches, and this is his second inning of work.
Now Taylor, the 13th batter that he's faced since coming on to start the second inning. It's the top of the third. 3-0. Knack fires. Inside, he almost hit him, but he walked him anyway. So the bases are loaded. Some boo birds have started to flutter. Here's Francisco Alvarez and also Mark Pryor, pitching coach. And as Mark goes out for a chat, we'll pause 10 seconds. Station ID.
You're listening to the National League Championship Series on Sirius XM. Join us after the game on MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM 89.
At Dodger Stadium in Southern California, alongside Howie Rose, my name is Keith Radd. Top of the third inning, Mets have them loaded again today. They have a 6-0 lead over the Dodgers, a team that really had everything working last night. Now the Mets so far have certainly earned but have been given a couple things today. earned in the sense that they've hit 2 home runs, one from Lindor, one from Vientos, and have been given a few things in the way of some walks. There were 2 walks, especially in that second inning, one of them to Winker, the other one intentional to Lindor, and then Vientos, of course, hits the grand slam. And now here, Landon Knack, 2 on, 2 out, walks Taylor, so an invitation here for Alvarez with the bases loaded.
Let's see if he takes a pitch here, because remember, he batted with second and third, 1 out in the second inning and popped up.
Alvarez just 5 for 30 in the playoffs, looking for a big hit here.
Should say popped up on the first pitch.
Knack deals. Alvarez takes a breaking ball low. He started his hands. You bet your bottom dollar he's looking for something to hit here. It's in the dirt for ball 1.
Which is why they didn't throw him a fastball, I guess.
Bases loaded. Taylor at first. Iglesias at second. Alonso at third. Outfield is straight up. Infield around to the left. Knack set. The 1-0. Swinging a high pop center field. Pages, though, having trouble with the sun. Now finds it. Moves left and makes the catch. Side retired. So it grew little by little until the Mets had the bases loaded with 2 outs, but they do not score. We go to the bottom of the third at Dodger Stadium. 6-0 Mets on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
By now, you should know I can't get my game day started without my mug of my favorite.
Cheers, baseball fans. Thanks for hanging out with us during this LA Dodgers New York Mets game 2. Yes, the Mets showed up today. The shutout will not be any longer. 6-0 Mets. You gotta love it. Big shout out to the Super Chats. This is a special thank you to MF for the Super Chat. $10. Thank you so much. LFGM. Let's can go Mets. I can't say that last part there. You know what I'm saying? YouTube. It is what it is. Also, big shout out to Nancy M as well, the $2 super sticker. Thank you, Nancy. Big shout out to our new member as well, Stephen S. Welcome to the Insider membership group. We appreciate it. Now, let's get back to the baseball. Cheers, everybody. Thank you for helping us get over 46,000. If you haven't hit that subscribe button yet, please do. Back to the baseball. We'll see you in the chat.
Once your day starts, it doesn't stop. You go and go and go some more. Routines like yours demand reliable tires. Tires that keep up with you. Day after day, mile after mile, season after season. That's why Uniroyal Tires makes the tried and true Uniroyal Tiger Paw Touring All-Season tire. A good tire with great value so you can have total confidence every time you drive. The Uniroyal Tiger Paw Touring All-Season tire. Learn more about Uniroyal Tires at Whitey's Tire Service on Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn or go to UniroyalTires.com.
Let the good times cruise with Sun Cruiser Hard Iced Tea. Made with real iced tea and real vodka, it's refreshingly smooth and easy to drink. When you need a little sun in your life, nothing hits quite like a Sun Cruiser. Crack one open and let the good times cruise.
Sun Cruiser Beverage Company, Boston, Mass. Please drink responsibly.
Well, we're coming to you live from the Bigelow Tea broadcast booth. Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly. Bottom of the third inning at Dodger Stadium, 6-0 Mets. A run in the first, a 5 spot in the second, so a good start. And on the other side, just 1 hit allowed by Sean Manaea and 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. But Manaea begins the second time through the Dodger lineup. Ohtani, Betts, and Hernandez with Freeman hitting cleanup today. So again, as we told you, the best time to face Shohei Ohtani is with nobody on base. It's been a quiet Dodgers crowd today. Again, the Mets offense has helped with that. Mets know they certainly have a lot of work to do today despite the big early lead. First pitch to Ohtani. Swinging a foul back right under our booth downstairs. Strike 1 on Shohei, who struck out his first time. And again, just to reiterate how crazy, playoffs, nobody on. He is 0 for 17 with 9 strikeouts. Pitch down the middle, strike 2. With runners just on base, 6 for 8. Ohtani's going to take his time out right here. Manaea is certainly unafraid, especially after the first 2 playoff outings that he's had this year. Feels confident. Deep breath, 0-2. Got him looking again outside corner. Stamped the sinker at 93. Ohtani sits again. A 93-mile-an-hour sinker sponsored by Spectrum, a connection built for everywhere. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum. It's amazing. Almost like two different hitters right now. Shohei Ohtani.
Betts would prefer to face the one they just saw.
Here's Betts. First pitch. Swing and a miss. Sinker down in the zone. The count 0-1 on Mookie Betts. 6-0 Mets here in the bottom of the third inning against Betts. Struck out against Manaea in the first. Pitch. Fought off foul to the right. It's 0-2. Well, Mookie is a two-time World Series champion. He's trying to get LA back there again. He was with Boston in 2018 when they won it, and they beat the Dodgers. And then he won it with LA 2 years later. 0-2. Breaking ball hit in the air. Right field, not deep. Iglesias going out. Taylor coming in from center. He makes the catch on the run. And there's 2 down. Off the righty bat, it went up and sliced away from Taylor toward right. Almost a Bermuda Triangle with Marte in right, Taylor in center, and Iglesias at second. But Tyrone Taylor fighting that California sun got there. 6-0 Mets, 2 outs, bottom 3. Here's the righty power hitter, Teoscar Hernandez, who walked his first time. Pitch way outside. Manaea misses. Ball 1. Mets 6 runs, 6 hits. Manaea has allowed just 1 hit, 2 walks. Pitching in a building that has given him fits in his 9-year major league career. The 1-0. Breaking ball misses outside. 2 balls and no strikes. But a lot of Sean Manaea's story as you look at the places that he's been, at Oakland, Padres, Giants. Again, what he's been this year is almost a completely different pitcher in a good way. Shedding off what he's been in the past and what's hurt him in the past. 2-0 on the outside corner, a called strike. 2-1.
Also one of the nicest, most genuine people that's ever come through the Mets clubhouse as a player in all of the years I've been around this team.
2-1. Swing and a miss. High heat. 2-2. And you wouldn't expect it. And I say that because, especially when he showed up to spring training, that long hair. He's 6'5". He could throw me against a wall if he wanted to, but he wouldn't hurt a fly kind of guy.
Just a sweetheart.
Bases cleared, 2 outs. Working on a 1-2-3 inning. Deep breath from Manaea. The kick and the pitch. Breaking ball, check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. Hernandez strikes out. First base ump Nick Lentz punches him out from 100 feet away. And down go the Dodgers in the third. A 1-2-3 inning. Off to the fourth in LA. 6-0 Mets in game 2 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Here's what's happening on Sirius XM Sports.
The American League Championship Series is on Sirius XM. MLB Network Radio is previewing the matchup between the Yankees and Guardians right now with pregame coverage.
What's up, baseball fans? Thanks for hanging out with us tonight for this NLCS matchup. That's right, the championship series is underway. The Dodgers hosting the Mets. Please take a minute to hit that like button down below. As well, please share out the link. That's how we get more people to hang out with us and cheer on your team. Who are you rooting for? Let us know in the chat which team it is that you want to see in the World Series. Now let's get back to the baseball. Hit that share, hit that like, and we'll see you guys in the chat.
As president, Kamala Harris will always have our backs.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
You want baseball? The doggy has you covered. Tune in to Mad Dog Unleashed for the best baseball coverage anywhere. Weekdays 3 to 6 Eastern. Sirius XM Mad Dog Sports Radio, channel 82.
In a season already plagued with injuries and underachievers, your fantasy football team is faced with yet another obstacle.
The boy weeks are here! The boy weeks are here!
When your star player takes a week off, listen to Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio for winning fantasy football advice.
You gotta work the waiver wire, you gotta make trades. The draft is just a piece of the puzzle.
Our experts tell you who to play in this time of need.
Now the work really starts.
Your frontline source for fantasy football, channel 87, and on the Sirius XM app. Sirius XM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on channel 88 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
1-0. Mets lead the game 6-0, and the Mets will see a new pitcher, Anthony Banda. who is the only left-hander available in that Dodger bullpen. Again, this is a bullpen game for Dave Roberts, who is short on starters and even shorter on relievers. And again, mentioned that Banda is the only lefty. Alex Vesia, who is a really big part of the bullpen, a lefty, got hurt pitching in Game 5 of the division series against the Padres. So here's Banda, former Met, pitched 5 times with the Mets in 2021. Comes in to see the top of the order, and the Mets are batting already 3rd time through here in the 4th inning. Lindor, Vientos, and Nimmo will lead it off. 4th inning sponsored by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K. So donate your car today. Well, Lindor climbs in, batting right-handed for the first time today. He's hit a homer. He's been intentionally walked already. All from the left side. Banda, high kick, first pitch. Misses upstairs with ball 1. So I've already seen Brasier. He gave up the first run in the first inning. Nat covered the second and the third, but gave up 5 runs. Here's the 1-0 from Banda. Pop foul to the right and into the seats. 1 ball and 1 strike on Lindor. And again, a lot of other weapons in that bullpen. Active for this series and had not been active for the division series. A kid named Brett Honeywell, who the Mets saw this year with Pittsburgh. The 1-1. Breaking ball, bends over the outside corner. Strike 2 on Lindor. Honeywell's always just been a little bit unique. He throws a screwball. One of the few that have thrown the screwball in decades.
Tug.
1-2. Banda fires. Little cue shot hit towards short. Edman slides to his left, gobbles it up, flips it on to first in time. 1 away. Disturbed, the Sickness 25th anniversary tour with 3 days grace and 7 dust. 2 sets, 1 show. The Sickness in its entirety and greatest hits. Friday, March 21st, MSG. Tickets on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. And I wish we could frame the face Howie Rose just gave me on the air.
It would be the same face that Tim McCarver once showed when he was presented with the Grateful Dead. Now, what kind of name is that? Tim would say.
Here's Vientos, who takes high. Ball 1.
Well, Tim missed something because the Dead were great, obviously. I know nothing of the work of The Sickness.
Well, that is the album from The Disturbed.
Oh, well.
The 1-0. Grounded right side of base hit between first and second. Vientos at it again. He's now 2 for 3, singling with 1 out here in the 4th. Mets ahead 6-0, and a huge part of that, Vientos' grand slam last time up.
I guess if you're going to name the group The Disturbed, you might as well put out something called Sickness.
I knew you'd have a little bit of fun with that one. Madge gave that card to me and not to you, I think, on purpose.
Well, but you see, now you've piqued my curiosity. So I think when Madge comes back, coming out of one of the breaks, we should hear a little of their material.
Left on left with Nimmo. Banda deals. And Brandon swats one deep in the air to center. Pages on the run to the track. Makes the catch in deep left center. And fires in. Good piece of hitting by Nimmo, but stays in the yard. A low liner. And there's 2 outs now for Alonso. Again, the Mets have a big 6-0 lead. They've hit 2 homers. One from Vientos, one from Lindor. That's the Power Report, sponsored by Bill Vince's Bridgewater Acura, right there, Route 22 in Bridgewater, New Jersey. And Pete, last time up, single to center. He's 1 for 2. Has led the Mets, or did lead the Mets in homers until Vientos went deep here in the postseason. Pitch at the top of the zone, called strike, and it's 0-1. Now Vientos leads off first. He now has 3 homers. Alonso also has 3 homers this postseason. Banda, the tall lefty, set, kind of hunched over. Now kicks and fires. Breaking ball in the dirt, smothering stop by Smith, the catcher, sliding to his left. That's 1-1 on Alonso. And I've turned to see Madge back there. He's bobbing his head up and down. He's an audio engineer, producer genius. So he has us in one ear, and I'm sure the Disturbed, the actual band, not just him on his own, in the other ear. 1-1. That's high and away with a fastball. 2 balls and a strike on Alonso.
But I like where this is going.
Mets like it too. 6-0 lead, top of the 4th. Vientos off first. Freeman holding him on. The 2-1 to Alonso. Missed high and outside, a breaking ball. 3 balls and a strike. Bonda with that white Dodger jersey, and again the blue cap, Dodgers blue written across the chest, but a bright red glove. And he sports on his right hand, the lefty, twiddling the ball behind his back. Now set, center of the rubber. 3-1 count to Pete. Breaking ball in for a strike. 3-2. Now Marte is on deck. Mets scored in the first, in the second, had the bases loaded but didn't score in the third. And with a runner on here and 2 outs in the fourth, and Alonso calls for time. Mentioned Bonda's been with the Mets, been with everybody else too. A lot of years with the Rays, Pirates, D-backs, Nats, Yanks, Blue Jays. Big part of the Dodger bullpen right now, the only lefty. 3-2, Vientos about to run. There he goes, payoff pitch, fouled back behind home plate to the top of the netting in front of the first row. Now for Bonda, again, he's been identified by the Dodgers, who are still so good at not only drafting and developing talent, but finding talent out there, seeing something and making it better. Bonda's probably had his best year here with the Dodgers of the 8 in the major leagues. Vientos runs, 3-2 pitch is hit, foul down third. And we'll do it again, 3-2, but Alonso's going to do it with a new bat. Walks over toward the first base dugout. Here comes Jason the Bat Boy with a new one for Pete. Sun shining today here in LA. 73 degrees, beautiful. Not a cloud in the sky. Mets 6, Dodgers nothing, top of the fourth. Alonso, a new bat, climbs in. Vientos takes a big lead at first, ready to run on the 3-2. There he goes. Here's the pitch, and it's chopped foul behind home plate. And once again, we'll do it again on 3-2. And the way the Mets have built the lead, mentioned the homers, but a lot of deep counts, good at bats both times. Like Alonso's battling right here. Seen a lot of pitches from Bonda. This one will be number 9. Lindor hit a home run on the 8th pitch. Vientos on the 9th in the second inning. Bonda's set, runner goes, 3-2 pitch, foul back. And so the pitch count 2 growing on Bonda. A bullpen game for the Dodgers, who can really let it rip today with the number of arms that they use without hurting themselves. Everybody is off tomorrow, an off day in New York. Series continues game 3 on Wednesday. Alonso back in, sways the bat over the plate. Vientos leads from first. 3-2 pitch, runner goes. Alonso fouls it back. A microphone on top of the netting behind home plate, getting some work. Alonso keeps fouling it back to that front row. Well, Freeman is not holding Vientos on any longer. No need to. Vientos takes a walking lead. Everybody in the park knows he's going. 6-0 Mets, top of the fourth. Here's the 11th pitch of the at-bat. Bonda is set. Vientos goes. Here it comes. And he got him looking a breaking ball. Outside corner. It just snapped in over the edge. Pete thought it was ball 4, but it bent back in. Strike 3. Scoreless inning for the Dodger bullpen. We go to the bottom of the fourth. 6-0 Mets as we feel just a little disturbed here in California. On Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Did you know that California Cryobank, the #1 sperm bank in the U.S., has helped to create more than 75,000 families? You can help them make dreams of parenthood come true and earn up to $1,500 a month as a sperm donor. Are you 19 to 38, healthy and able to work in the U.S.? Then you could qualify to be a sperm donor. Learn more at spermbank.com. That's spermbank.com for the chance to earn up to $1,500 a month as a sperm donor.
Get more in a new Mazda from Ramsey Mazda. More selection and more savings. Lease a 2024 Mazda CX-5, just $219 a month, or buy with 0% APR financing for 36 months. At Ramsey Mazda, Route 17 North in Ramsey. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda.
Call 833-853-2970 for lease details. Excludes tax, title, and registration. Zero security deposit. VIN R053-6393. MSRP $37.95. APR $27.78 for $1,000 finance. Ends 10/31/24.
Peerless Boilers wants to keep
keep you in heat and hot water. So check out Peerless Boilers, the world's best-built boilers, and Pavilion tankless water heaters, the world's best-built tankless water heaters. Learn about both at peerlessboilers.com. And remember, Peerless Boilers are the world's best-built boilers.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Throw in some music.
We can watch the game. Or we could keep it simple.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Import, Chicago, Illinois.
Total Orthopedics is Long Island's premier orthopedic practice. From simple sprains and broken bones to complex sports injuries, they are the experts at getting you back to being you. Visit TotalOrthoExpress.com today.
Sure. When you find out what that story is, please relay it.
I genuinely like it. Not the least bit of sarcasm.
Manaea deals to Freddie Freeman. First pitch is outside with ball one. Well, the Mets can bob their heads up and down. Loving this. They have a 6-0 lead, albeit still early. Bottom of the fourth inning. Manaea fires to Freeman. Strike outside corner. Count even at a ball and a strike.
That gets your blood flowing. I really like that.
Well, there's certain music for a certain time. You're not going to listen to Disturbed when you're about to go to bed. There's the 1-1. On the outside corner, called strike 1 and 2.
Depends what kind of day you had.
I do wonder, because I know you're not the biggest rap fan I've ever met.
No, that's a whole no, please.
Okay, exactly. The 1-2. Fought off foul to the left, but if there's a workout you're having, this kind of music that could maybe get the blood flowing.
Those endorphins would be flying. Or flowing. Or doing whatever they do to make themselves known.
1-2 on Freeman. Smith and Edmond to follow. Infield back swung around to the right. Manaea leans back, deals. The pitch pop foul down third. Stays 1-2 on Freeman, who flew out to right his first time. Standing in that LA sunshine. Beautiful day here in California. Manaea deep breath. The 1-2. Just missed low, looking for the knees. Fastball, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Manaea's pitch count pretty good. 51 pitches right now. He'll wind up, and the next one to Freeman. Lined up the middle. There's Lindor behind second base. Fields, sets, has plenty of time to throw out Freddie Freeman. One away, and again, that hobbled ankle slows down, and it was almost, my brain was going, what is Lindor doing? But I realized Francisco was getting himself in the best possible position to throw to first. Freeman is not running anywhere close to 100% right now.
Under most any other circumstances, Francisco would have needed to have hurried that throw, but recognizing the hobbling Freddie Freeman, he had plenty of time to set and make a routine throw.
6-0 New York. We're in the last of the fourth. Base is clear for Will Smith. First one from Manaea. On the outside corner, called strike. 0-1. You know, Freeman with that ankle, we talked about it yesterday, how much tape and bandage he needs just to basically not even flex that ankle. 0-1. A little bit low. Change up. 1 ball and 1 strike. He said last night going into what is a day game, you know, here in LA, it's 2:30. I know East Coast it's 5:30, but it's a quick turnaround for these guys. Freeman says he needs 5 hours to get ready. 1-1, swing and a miss. Smith behind the changeup, and it's 1-2.
Alvarez's throw back to Manaea apparently was, I don't think it was that bad a throw. I think Manaea might have lost the throw out of the hand of Alvarez, and it rolled way behind the mound. Iglesias had to go in to get it and roll it into the Mets dugout. Well, it looked like Manaea lost it in the sun.
Sun does sit high over home plate. And here's the 1-2 to Smith. Served in the air toward right. Marte slides over to the alleyway, makes the catch with one hand, and there's 2 down.
Remind me to ask Manaea that later. Being the journalists that we are, I'm just curious if he lost that throw from Alvarez in the sun.
Now, don't miss a moment at Citi Field 2025. Get the best seats for the biggest games with a Mets season ticket membership. To learn more, visit Mets.com/memberships. Manaea and the Mets lead 6-0 here in game 2, facing Tommy Edman, switch hitter batting right. Pitch. Lined in the air to right field. Marte coming in, stops, makes the chest high catch. Side retired. Sean Manaea in a groove has retired 7 batters in a row. And we go to the 5th at Dodger Stadium. Mets ahead 6-0 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
This is John Palmerosi. On the new SiriusXM original podcast, The Road to Cooperstown, I sit down with Hall of Famer Mariano Rivera.
John, I used to go to bed crying because I couldn't communicate. That frustrated me so bad that I said, you know what, this cannot happen anymore. I have to learn the language.
The Road to Cooperstown airs Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89, and the all-new SiriusXM app. New episodes drop every Tuesday wherever you get your podcasts.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike three and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
That was an all-time classic.
Is that thing on? Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. The one that's hanging out with us listening to the NLDS. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and making this the best chat on YouTube for the MLB playoffs. Please hit that subscribe button down below and turn on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single MLB playoff game the rest of the way, as well as all kinds of other sports action. Thank you to all of the insiders. Cheers to everyone who has subscribed already. We really appreciate you helping this awesome community keep on growing and make it almost to 50K. We're getting so close. Please help us get there if you haven't done so already. And if you have, you rock. Thank you. Now let's get back to the game. Good luck to your team. We'll see you in the chat.
So, go to PeerlessBoilers.com for more info. And remember, Peerless Boilers are the world's best built boilers. Fifth inning at Dodger Stadium in Game 2 here in Southern California. Mets ahead big, 6-0 lead for New York. Sean Manaea doing his thing, 4 scoreless. Meanwhile, bullpen game for the Dodgers. We've seen Ryan Brasier, we've seen Landon Knack, Anthony Bonda. Here is contestant number 4, and as we mentioned, the screwball pitcher, Brent Honeywell, going to take over here, Howie, in the 5th.
So, a disciple of the Tug McGraw School. Of course, Tug was a disciple of others who threw the screwball. There was a pitcher with the Yankees in the early 1960s, a great reliever by the name of Luis Arroyo, who generally, and this is before the save rule was formulated and made official as it is now, it really was devised ultimately by Jerome Holtzman, longtime baseball writer in Chicago. But Luis Arroyo had a bunch of saves when they were an unofficial stat. Honeywell's first pitch to Starling Marte is a fastball that swung on and missed, 0-1. Marte led off that 5-run second inning with a sharply stroked single to left against Landon Knack. And now the 0-1, and Marte fouls it straight back, and quickly the count 0-2. Brent Honeywell out of Georgia, originally drafted by the Tampa Bay Rays. That was 10 years ago, out of Walters State Community College. And the Dodgers claimed him off waivers from the Pirates in July of this year. The 0-2, a breaking ball inside. And there's the screwball for the first time to Marte. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I certainly think of Fernando Valenzuela, too, with the Dodger that threw the screwball.
Here's the 1-2 on the way. Breaking ball low, 2-2. And boy, Godspeed to Fernando. He, for a long time, has been on the Dodgers Spanish language broadcast crew. He is not working the postseason. They have not given any official reason why. And here's the 2-2 to Marte. Line towards third, foul ball. Rolling down the line, it remains 2-2. There was a picture posted recently of Fernando, who sadly looked nothing like his old self. So obviously he's battling something. They are being very private about it. And here's the 2-2 to Marte. Reached for and popped up, middle of the infield. Hernandez, the second baseman, shading his eyes, gives to the shortstop Edman, who makes the catch. And there's 1 man out. They're talking about it right now. I'm not sure if Hernandez saw that ball and Edman bailed him out, but either way, Marte has popped out to short to begin the 5th inning, with the Mets leading 6-0, and Jesse Winker coming up. And this 5th inning is sponsored by ELEC 825, building our future, but Godspeed, Fernando Valenzuela. Such a beloved figure here. Pitch to Winker, a fastball taken outside, ball 1. And you know, yesterday we were talking about how difficult it is for some of us who have been coming here for a long time to visit Dodger Stadium, knowing Vin Scully is no longer here. 1-0 to Winker, fouled back to the screen, 1-1. Well, for me personally, and for everyone in the Mets traveling party who knew him, coming here and not seeing the late Dennis D'Agostino is utterly heartbreaking. Dennis, such a close friend of so many of us in New York. 1-1 to Winker, can't hold a swing at a fastball. He went around, it's 1-2. Fordham graduate who eventually worked as Jay Harwood's assistant in the Mets PR department, was there in 1986. Later became the New York Knicks official team historian. 1-2 to Winker, taken high, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And later on, Dennis would keep stats in any sport here in Los Angeles. And whenever I come in here with the Rangers or the Islanders, Dennis was always on the crew doing stats. 2-2 pitch, fastball in tight to Winker, 3-2. But I mean, Dennis was just one of the most gentle, warm, honeymooners loving figures I have ever met. He and his wife, Helene Elliott, a Hall of Fame hockey writer, who still works for, actually, I think Helene retired officially from the LA Times, but I think she still freelances. But they had been married for a number of years. And my heart still goes out, Helene. Payoff pitch to Winker, hit foul into the seats back behind third. And it remains full to Winker. The Mets 6, the Dodgers nothing. 1 out, nobody on, top 5 here in Game 2 of the National League Championship Series. Impossible to believe that Dennis is gone. Payoff pitch to Winker. Little dribbler foul back behind home plate as he got a piece of a slider.
You talk about how hard he worked. I mean, when we were in San Diego last year, there he was working that set. He was in the media dining room. We were eating dinner with him. And
yep.
All right, Dennis, we'll see you. And came back to New York, and it was only maybe weeks and months after that we found out he was no longer with us. It was crushing.
Shocking. Here's the payoff pitch to Winker. Outside and high, ball 4. So Winker with a good at-bat draws the walk. A 7-pitch walk, and the Mets get a 1-out base runner for Jose Iglesias. And you know who else we miss dearly and who would have loved what the Mets have been doing is the late Mark Levine, their longtime team photographer, who chronicled so much about so many in the Mets organization and beyond. They lost Mark midseason. First pitch to Iglesias, a slider for a called strike, 0-1. Mark certainly would have been on this trip, as he would have been for the entire postseason ride to this point. Iglesias 1 for 2. The 0-1 pitch, check swing at a screwball down, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike to the Mets second baseman.
I was thinking about Mark the other day as people were talking about the '88 LCS. Mets and Dodgers, of course. Dodgers won that one and eliminated the Mets that year.
Throw to first. Winker scrambles back standing.
Things, I guess, into the offseason didn't go so well within the team, and then come out in '89 and photo day, right? The big brawl, the big fight. That was Mark Levine's first day on the job.
What a way to get started, right? Here's the 1-1. Pull towards third, caught on the fly by Muncy. Winker back to first with no throw, and there are 2 men away. Iglesias hit it reasonably hard, but 2 out. Winker at first, Tyrone Taylor coming up as we come to you live from the Bigelow Tea broadcast booth. Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly. That was the fight, and it was a quick one. It was broken up quickly between Keith Hernandez and Darryl Strawberry, and that was long since resolved. And Darryl to this day speaks so lovingly of Keith. First pitch on the way to Taylor, dribbled foul up the first base line. It's 0-1. Taylor doubled in a run in the second, drew a walk in the third. Mets 6 runs, 7 hits, no errors. The Dodgers, no runs, 1 hit, no error. 2 men out here in the top of the 5th. Winker still the runner at first. Freeman holding him on. Big hole on the right side of the infield. The 0-1 line to left. It is hooking, foul. Well, Taylor making a bid for another extra base hit. Got out in front of it. And the count 0-2 with Francisco Alvarez waiting on deck.
Tell you what, again, as this is a bullpen game for the Dodgers, they will need these guys eventually behind Buehler and Yamamoto and eventually Flaherty And we're seeing the Mets with such better at-bats today than yesterday, which means yesterday was just one of those baseball days. Mets are so much back to their identity today. Dodgers bullpen, I don't know if they're going to feel so great at what they've seen today moving forward in this series.
0-2 the count to Taylor. Here's the pitch. In tight, just missed nicking him in the back with that screwball, and the count is 1-2 strikes on Taylor.
Mets are going to check quickly to see if this ball grazed Tyrone Taylor in the back, and they will. They just turned instead of the umpire. They're going to challenge this.
You cannot challenge balls and strikes, but you can challenge whether or not a ball hits a batter, and that's what they're going to look at here.
New York is challenging the call of no hit by pitch on the field.
You know, speaking of screwballs, I think it was the 1969 or 1970 Mets highlight film, which you could find on YouTube. They show a great close-up of Tug McGraw in the bullpen, and they show you the trajectory of the screwball. And it's like you know, your head moves from right to left going, what? How'd that happen? Is this some kind of optical illusion? But it's not. From a left-hander, it'll start in on a right-handed batter and then kind of break away from him. And it's just it's a mind-numbing. Taylor's walking down to first base. They haven't even announced yet that he's been hit by the pitch.
After review was overturned, the batter was hit by the pitch. He will go to first base. New York will retain their challenge.
And it's a big challenge. You don't want to give up challenges. You have 2 of them in the postseason. So the Mets were really confident with what they saw. And now Taylor is aboard, and Winker goes down to second.
Harrison Friedland, you are 1 for 1 today, brother. And now Francisco Alvarez, who has popped to short and flied to center, leaving a total of 5 men on base with those 2 at-bats. So he's got another man in scoring position now with Winker at second. Taylor, a fast man, the trail runner at first. Outfield straight away. Right-hand batter. And the pitch to him. Swung on and fouled. Back upstairs to the right of home plate. And the count 0-1 to Francisco. Alvarez is just 5 for 31 during the postseason, consistent with how he mostly tailed off at the plate late in the regular season. Of course, he missed about 6 weeks with a thumb injury. 0-1 to count. Now the pitch. Swing and a miss at a high fastball. And the count 0-2. Honeywell, despite the screwball that he throws in the low 80s, does feature mid-90s heat. But then again, doesn't just about everybody coming out of big league bullpens today. 0-2. Now the pitch. Fastball just missed outside. 1-2 strikes on Alvarez with Francisco Lindor waiting on deck. 6-0 Mets. They would love to keep tacking on here. 1-2 the count. A check to second. Now the pitch. Swing on a high pop-up. Shallow right center. The center fielder Pages calling with the right fielder Betts. And it's Pages who makes the catch to retire the side. No runs, no hits, 2 left, middle of the 5th. The Mets 6, the Dodgers 0 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
Bigelow Tea can make the second half of this game even better than the first. Hot or over ice, take a moment just for you. Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
ThriveWellInfusion.com, New York's premier infusion and injection center, saving lives drip by drip. Once your day starts, it doesn't stop. You go and go and go some more. Routines like yours demand reliable tires. Tires that keep up with you. Day after day, mile after mile, season after season. That's why Uniroyal Tires makes the tried and true Uniroyal Tiger Paw Touring All-Season tire. A good tire with great value so you can have total confidence every time you drive. The Uniroyal.
Cheers, Insiders! Thanks for hanging out with us tonight during this NLCS matchup. Now's the time to let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Put it in there. Let us know what city and state you're in if you're here in the U.S., city and province in Canada, and if you're international. Put that flag emoji in the chat for your nation. Let's see how far out our reach is in this world. It's always really cool to see where everybody's hanging out with us and where they're watching this game from. Now, let's get back to the baseball. Good luck to your team. and let's have some fun. See you in the chat.
Baseball, when the same player has 3,000 hits, it's monumental. LifeVac, the original choking rescue device, is approaching 3,000 lives saved. Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, CEO and inventor of LifeVac. With its place, push, pull technology, LifeVac uses suction to clear the airway and save a life. There's only one proven airway clearance device, LifeVac. Mention code BASEBALL for 20% off your order today. Go to lifevac.net.
Wear what the players are wearing on field during the postseason. Check out the largest selection of authentic jerseys, caps, hoodies, t-shirts, and more. Visit MLBshop.com for your Mets postseason gear. Well, 6-0. The Mets lead the Dodgers. Sean Manaea has allowed just one hit through 4 innings. He has walked 2. He has struck out 6. He'll face the bottom third of the Dodgers batting order here in the 5th inning. And it begins with Max Muncy, who flied to center his first time. Muncy, a left-handed batter, another guy who missed a lot of time this year because of injury. Was out for about 3 months with an oblique problem. He was 1 for 4 with a 2-run single in the first inning last night, just when it looked as though Kodai Senga might have been able to wiggle out of that inning, but he did not. Gave up another run in the second, and he was gone. Here's Muncy, and the first pitch, breaking ball in tight, 1-0. Kike Hernandez on deck, and then Andy Paez here in the bottom of the 5th. Shadows are just beginning to appear. The 1-0 hit high in the air to right field, fairly deep. It's hooking foul, and out of play down the right field line. And so the count, 1 ball and 1 strike on Muncy. Right now, the Shadows are just beginning to, well, hatch, if you will. They're just breaking through the shell out near the edge of the grass behind home plate. The 1-1 down and in, a fastball 2-1, and I mean the grass closest to the backstop. So it's a ways away, maybe, I don't know, half hour, 40 minutes before it gets closer to the plate. 2-1 on the way, up and in, ball 3. And you know, once those shadows envelop the home plate area and that pitcher is standing in the sunlight, it becomes even more problematic for the hitters. Here's the 3-1. Swinging a fly ball deep to right field. Forget it. Muncy has hit it out into the pavilion in right field, way beyond Starling Marte, who just gave it a courtesy look back. Max Muncy with a home run, the second he's hit in his career against Sean Manaea. The Dodgers are on the board, and the Mets lead is 6-1.
Again, a big story of this season for the Dodgers is they have been the best team against lefty pitching than any other team in baseball. When you talk about OPS, that's that thump, on base plus slugging. And today, Manaea with a lot of those lefties with Ohtani and Freeman, and kept them in check. Muncy, 3-1, just jumped him on a fastball and turned on it big time. But that's the only mistake Manaea's made all day.
Muncy just a 172 hitter against lefties. So here's Kike Hernandez, and the first pitch to the right-hand batter, taken for a called strike, a sinker, and it pops out of the mid of Alvarez for strike 1. So now the fans, for the first time today, have really become engaged since Lindor led off this game with a home run. The 0-1 on the way. Breaking ball down and in, 1 ball and 1 strike. Remember now, this Dodger team has averaged over 5 runs per game. Only the Arizona Diamondbacks have averaged more in the National League. The 1-1 fouled back to the screen. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Hernandez. So take nothing for granted against this Dodger offense. It's only their second hit. 9 of the 10 hits they had in this series before that home run had been singles. And now the 1-2 on the way, swung on and popped in the air, shallow right, moving in and towards the line. Marte, he's under it and makes the one-hand catch, 1 out. When it's game time, it's Tully time. Next time the Mets are home, check out the famous Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey Bar in center field, where you can grab a game-time mule or try the brand-new Tullamore Dew Honey in the Honey Surfer cocktail. Tullamore Dew, official Irish whiskey of the New York Mets. Please enjoy responsibly. So now Paez, who struck out his first time, right-hand hitter, takes a breaking ball high, ball 1. Shohei Ohtani is on deck. Viento's really close to the line and deep at third. The 1-0 foul back to the screen. Big cut of the fastball. And it's 1-1. Mets baseball is brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact a dealer for a great deal today or visit tryhondadealers.com. Here's the 1-1 to Paez. Swing and a miss. He was late on that sinker. And the count 1-2. Now Paez takes his time out.
Manaea has, even though he throws about 92 to 93, it's not super hard. You guys, of course, throw 100. He's a little deceptive, too. A little deceptive with that delivery.
1-2 the count. Now the pitch, way outside, ball 2. And again, you know, the fans, I'm just talking about the people in the stands. They've not been very loud today. So the noise is almost, well, all PA. The 2-2 swung on and fouled in the mid of Alvarez, strike 3. Manaea's sinker records the 7th strikeout he's picked up today. So again, the way you want to face Ohtani, 2 out, nobody on. And the Mets with a 6-1 lead.
Third time to the lineup, but the way Manaea's been throwing the ball, 71 pitches, big lead, nobody up in the Mets bullpen behind him.
Lefty against lefty here. Manaea has struck Ohtani out twice. First pitch on the way, fouled back to the screen, 0-1. You know, he's got that $700 million deal with all the deferred money, but there are a lot of weird wrinkles to Ohtani's contract. One of them is that he can opt out and become a free agent after any season if the owner or GM are no longer with a team. Ohtani reaches and pops one up behind first base. Calling is Alonso, makes the two-hand catch, side retired. So if owner Mark Walter or Hobo Anthony Friedman leave the Dodgers, Ohtani can become a free agent again. However, the Dodgers are done in the 5th. A run on a hit, the homer by Muncy. And nobody left. And at the end of 5, it's the Mets 6, the Dodgers 1 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
Go inside the mind of the ultimate country boy.
Hey y'all, it's Luke Bryan. I'm bringing you Country Boy Radio, my very own channel, celebrating my new album, Mind of a Country Boy. A little more country on. Guys and girls, you're going to hear all the tracks from my new album, my stories from making the record, and some of my friends are coming up.
Luke Bryan's Country Boy Radio.
Love you, miss you, mean it, baby.
Now for a limited time on Channel 79 and the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM has everything a college football fan needs.
He's in trouble and down he goes. The ball comes out.
All the big games are on the SiriusXM app.
Down the sidelines midfield, it's a race. Picking them up, putting them down.
Plus, hear daily in-depth analysis on College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
There's not a lot of holes or weaknesses on that football team, and they've got the goods where you want to have the goods for a championship caliber roster.
Our experts get you ready for game day every day on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
The new basketball season is around the corner, and SiriusXM NBA Radio is getting you ready by talking to the biggest stars in the game.
Joined now by Giannis Antetokounmpo. I want to be able to have a shot at winning it all.
Every weeknight until the season starts. Hear a different team's preview show.
We've got Kevin Durant sitting down with us.
Championship is always the goal.
NBA Radio season preview shows. Only on NBA Radio, Channel 86. And for any interviews or previews you missed, hear them on the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, this is Carlos Mendoza, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
The 6th inning in Game 2 of the 2024 National League Championship Series. The Mets 6 and the Dodgers 1. And tomorrow will be an off day so that everyone can take some time to hopefully regain their hearing. Yeah, it's nuts.
So Brent Honeywell is back out for another inning. Howie, the last time he left, Fox just posted a little clip. He walked off the mound at the end of the 5th. There was a snake in the Dodger dugout. Yeah, a little, I guess a garden snake, a little skinny one. He walked over to the top step and pointed. Grounds crew came over with a towel and grabbed it and got it out of there. So we got that to deal with.
Like a real snake?
Like a real snake. That's scary.
Well,
I'm a little frightened now.
Trying to figure out what to make of it. Francisco Lindor leads off, takes the first pitch outside, ball one. He's back to batting left-handed now. I don't know that anybody actually produced a black cat and placed it in front of the Cubs dugout in '69. The 1-0 to Lindor is a screwball in for a called strike. It's 1-1. So I don't know if any Mets-connected person or persons would somehow have been able to deliver a snake to freak out the Dodgers. The 1-1 taken outside a fastball. It's 2-1. But who knows? There was the Black Cat game 55 years ago. Mets doing all kinds of snake stuff today. 2-1 to Lindor. Fastball high, ball 3. Lindor, Vientos, and Nimmo, the top of the order for the Mets here in the 6th inning. Now the 3-1. Swing on a foul, back to the screen. He got a fastball and fouled it straight back. Again, the American League Championship Series begins at Yankee Stadium tonight, brought to you by the New York Lottery. Play the new scratch-off games for your chance to win. Here's the payoff pitch to Lindor. Swing on a foul back to the screen as he went reaching for a fastball. Gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY. Cobb against Rodon tonight. Bybee against Cole tomorrow. Here's the payoff pitch. Lindor lines one to third off the glove of Muncy and trickles into left field. Lindor turns first and holds on. I know he hit it very hard, but that's got to be an error. I would think. I know he scorched it, but I mean, it was right at the glove of Muncy, and it is scored an error.
Yeah, that's one he wishes he had back. He didn't really have time to slice or move. He just reached up and it hit him in the glove, but off the top of it, away from his body to the left.
Hit him in the glove is not something you want to see on a scouting report. Brings to mind, we were talking about Tommy Lasorda recently. Here's Mark Vientos, who hit the grand slam in the 2nd inning. He's got 2 hits. He takes down and in ball 1. Talking more about the Tommy Lasorda era Dodgers, but remember they had a second baseman by the name of Steve Sachs, who was a really good all-around player and not a butcher defensively until he developed the yips. The 1-0, Vientos takes a fastball inside for ball 2. It got to where Steve Sachs just could not get a routine throw to first base. People seated in the box seats behind first base were considered endangered species, and it really became a thing. Here's the 2-0 on the way. Vientos hits it hard on the ground to short. Should be 2. Edman up with it to second 1, and Hernandez to first, a double play. So the error is erased by the 6-4-3. 2 out, nobody on, and Brandon Nimmo coming up. Anyway, there was an interview being done one time with Pedro Guerrero, who was the third baseman for the Dodgers at the time, and he had his defensive issues too. Whoever was doing the interview said, "What are you thinking about when the opposition is hitting?" Guerrero says, "Don't hit the ball to me." And the interviewer said, "Anything else?" Guerrero said, "Yeah, don't hit it to Sachs." And they were teammates. That's how big a problem that became. Here's Nimmo. Swings and misses at a screwball. And the count 0-1. Mets 6, Dodgers 1. 2 out, nobody on, top of the 6th inning. Now the 0-1 to Brandon. And that's taken low. Another screwball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Pete Alonso waiting on deck. You know, Nimmo's playing with plantar fasciitis and has been for a while. Takes high, ball 2. It's our injury update brought to you by the Rothenberg Law Firm. If you're injured in an accident, the game plan is simple. Just go to injurylawyer.com. He's going to keep pushing it, though. The 2-1 on the way. Taken high, ball 3. He gets treatment, but says it's not going to get any better until after the season. And he says as long as it's good enough to play through, he's going to keep doing it. Here's the 3-1 pitch to him. Taken to the knees, a called strike, a fastball. So 3-2 on Nimmo with Alonso on deck. And the fans organically trying to help Honeywell through. Here's the payoff pitch. Swing on a liner to right, coming on his Betts, crouches down, makes the catch. And that retires the side. He caught that ball just before it hit the turf. And the Mets are done in the 6th. No runs, no hits, an error, nobody left. Middle of the 6th inning. The Mets 6, the Dodgers 1 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Connection, opportunity, possibility. It's what we all want. Spectrum has built a world where anything is possible, with products and services designed to work better together for a seamless connectivity experience. A connection to family and friends, a connection to education, and a connection to new opportunities. So there's no limit to how big we can dream. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Laborers Local 731 has been responsible for some of the biggest and most celebrated infrastructure projects in New York City, like the rebuild of the World Trade Center and the new LaGuardia Airport. Local 731 provides qualified and competent laborers to fill the demand that the construction industry not only requires but deserves. Its members and leadership have fought hard for wages and benefits that open the path to the middle class that every hardworking American deserves. Laborers Local 731. Feel the power.
Everybody loves the long ball, but nobody likes the long haul to get groceries, right? Go to shop.foodbazaar.com and use promo code FANSGET10 for $10 off $50 and your first delivery free. That's shop.foodbazaar.com.
The family of Casamigos tequilas, Añejo, Blanco, Cristalino, Reposado, Mezcal, and introducing the new Casamigas.
Cheers, baseball fans. Thanks for
If he hasn't been necessarily brilliant, he's been pretty darn good. As the Mets have a 6-1 lead over the Dodgers, Manaea faces Mookie Betts to lead off the bottom of the 6th. Third time through the order now for Manaea. And his first pitch to Betts, a curve in for a called strike. It's 0-1. I know he'll call that his sweeper, but from up here, man, did that simply look like a good old basic 12-6 hook. The 0-1 on the way. Another one lifted in the air down the right field line, slicing foul and out of play. And quickly, Manaea ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. Betts is 0 for 2. He struck out and flying to center. Teoscar Hernandez on deck, and then Freddie Freeman. Manaea from the third base side of the rubber. Now the 0-2 to Betts. Fastball high and away, 1-2. On this beautiful afternoon here in Los Angeles, the flags, and there are 2 of them, on big flagpoles in center field, basically limp. Very little breeze at all. 1-2 pitch taken low, changeup, and it's 2-2. They've got an American flag and the state flag of California. 2-2 pitch. Swing on a foul. Back upstairs behind home plate. Actually into the second deck. And those scattered seats that were unfilled down the right field line in the upper deck have not filled in. So this will not be a sellout, I wouldn't think. 2-2 pitch way outside, ball 3. Well, Manaea was ahead 0-2. And now with the PA trying everything it can to implore the fans to get louder and louder. Well, it's a full count now to Betts, and they're ready to do something if Betts can get on. Here's the payoff pitch. Way outside, ball 4. Manaea lost him. That might bear a little close scrutiny now, as he'd been ahead of Betts 0-2, but Betts draws the walk, and Teoscar Hernandez will be next.
So now you have the leadoff guy on, third time through. Again, Betts able to see a couple more pitches. Manaea's pitch count now at 80, but he is certainly right now the best option. Mets don't have anybody up, but not yet.
So here is Hernandez, and the first pitch to the right-hand batter, high and away, ball one. And lately, Manaea, over these last half dozen pitches, when he's missed up. And that may be the sign that, as Bob Murphy used to say, he's getting a little arm weary. 1-0 the count. He's only at 81 pitches, which is not bad at all. And the 1-0 on the way. Breaking ball, high and away, ball two.
Phil Maton is now throwing for the Mets, a right-hander.
No need to wait to get anybody up now as Manaea continues to miss up.
Got Freeman, the lefty, on deck, and then righties following.
6-1 New York. Betts at first, nobody out, bottom six. The 2-0 is fouled back upstairs behind the plate. 2 balls and 1 strike. Mets have already said that Luis Severino will pitch Game 3 on Wednesday night. Probably, although not officially, Quintana in Game 4. The 2-1 on the way, a fastball in tight, ball 3. Although, don't rule out a potential cameo appearance by Quintana out of the Mets bullpen in this game, should the need arise. The Mets don't have David Peterson today. Remember, Peterson worked last night and went 2 1/3, so he's down. So is Jose Butto. Danny Young worked late in the game yesterday for an inning and a third. Three and 1 the count to Hernandez. This could be a dangerous pitch here. Betts held on at first by Alonso. Manaea taking a lot of time. Clock winding down. Manaea sets 3-1 pitch. Inside ball 4. Hernandez vigorously claps his hands, accepting ball 4, which makes Freddie Freeman the next hitter with runners at first and second, nobody out. Jeremy Hefner hustles out to the mound, and this is where things can get sticky in a hurry. While they yak it up on the mound, we'll pause for station identification.
You're listening to the National League Championship Series on Sirius XM. Join us after the game on MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM 89.
Howie Rose, Keith Radd with you at Dodger Stadium. The Mets led 6-0 going to the bottom of the 5th. Sean Manaea was on cruise control, gave up a leadoff homer to Max Muncy. Retired the next 3 hitters, but now here in the 6th, he has walked the first 2. And for people who wondered, well, why would they have gone with Kodai Senga with all of his uncertainty as a starter last night? Well, remember now, late in the season, the Mets were careful about managing Manaea's pitch count. Same with Severino and Quintana. They're older. They all, perhaps unexpectedly, made over 30 starts this year. So it was suggested internally that they'd benefit from an extra day. Well, here's Freeman in the first pitch. Breaking ball, sweeper in for a called strike. 0-1. So if Manaea is tiring here in the 6th inning, and remember, he's a guy that had been consistently giving the Mets 7. Well, it may owe to that workload that he's had this season. Here's the 0-1. Swinging a ground ball up the middle. Picked on a short hop, then bobbled by Iglesias. Rolls into short center. Scrambles back to pick it up, and the bases are loaded as Betts stops at third. Hernandez to second. Freeman the first, and I know what Iglesias was thinking there. As hard as that ball was hit, he was making a move to his right to get to it, knowing how Freddie Freeman is physically impaired because of that bad ankle. Instead of getting at least one, he got none. The bases are loaded, nobody out. Carlos Mendoza is on his way to the mound, and he will go to the bullpen. This pitching change is brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
As the playoffs heat up, stay hydrated with Ready Refresh. At the office or at home, Ready Refresh has amazing deals on all bottled water. From case packs to water filtration to 5-gallon bottles. Delivered right to your door. Score more and skip the store. Ready Refresh ensures you're hydrated for every inning. Ready Refresh even has a great assortment of water dispensers and offers pro cleaning services for every model. Ready Refresh, your ultimate game day hydration partner. Order now at ReadyRefresh.com.
Serving contractors, builders, and homeowners in the tri-state area since 1987, Brooklyn Window & Door is New York City's largest stocking dealer of quality Andersen window and doors. The professionals at Brooklyn Window & Door will help solve any of your window replacement needs or applications. Visit Brooklyn Window & Door's award-winning showroom to see the complete Andersen product line, including the 400, 100, A&E series. Andersen, built, backed, and serviced like no other window. Visit Brooklyn Window & Door at 1889 McDonald Avenue or call 718-WINDOWS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Well, the Mets lead the Dodgers 6-1 here in Game 6, or Game 2 in the 6th inning of Game 2 of the National League Championship Series. But the Mets have a situation here. The Dodgers have the bases loaded, nobody out after Freddie Freeman hit a hard ground ball up the middle, which might have turned into a double play, but Iglesias, in his haste to secure the ball and get it to second base, bobbled it. It rolled behind him. Remember, Freeman running on a bad ankle was safe at first. There were no throws made. So Freeman on via the fielder's choice. The error on Iglesias allowed Betts to go to third and Teoscar Hernandez to second. And now Phil Maton will come on to pitch. Now, he last pitched 6 days ago in Philadelphia, and he is going to face Will Smith, power-hitting right-hand batter here on the first pitch on the way. On the inside corner, a cut fastball, strike one call. Remember, Maton against Milwaukee really struggled, giving up those 2 home runs, allowing 3 runs, and taking the loss in Game 2 of the wild card series. Appeared twice against the Phillies. The 0-1 on the way, taken low, another cutter, 1 ball and 1 strike. Manaea goes 5+, gives up 2 hits. At this point, 1 run, responsible for all 3 aboard. He walked 3, struck out 7, allowed a home run to Muncy. Infield back at double play depth. The 1-1 to Smith. Swinging a high pop-up, playable on the right side of the infield. Alonso and Iglesias shading their eyes. Infield fly rule called. Iglesias makes the catch, 1 out.
Now, Maton, I know he has had his woes in the playoffs so far, but the reason that he was brought in is because in these moments, he does not get sped up. He has pitched before in big games, whether it was with Houston or recently with Tampa. Playoff pushes. You know you're going to give up something here. How many outs can you get before you do that?
1 out. Now it's Tommy Edman batting left-handed, usually his weaker side. First pitch in for a called strike, the sweeper. And it's 0-1. Edman singled, flied to right. Betts is at third. Teoscar Hernandez at second. Freeman at first with 1 out. 6-1 Mets. We're in the 6th. Maton ready, the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss at a fastball. It's 0-2. A dangerous Max Muncy is on deck. Whereas Edman struggles from the left side, as Muncy does against left-handed pitching. Remember, Muncy homered against the lefty Manaea and is much better against right-hand pitching. Maton would have to face it. Maton is trying to fulfill the quota of 3 batters here. 0-2, the count to Edman. Maton sets. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball pulled on the ground wide of first, under Alonso and into right field for a base hit. Betts scores. Hernandez scores. Hobbling into third is Freeman. And on at first with a 2-run single is Tommy Edman. And here come the Dodgers. It's now the Mets 6, the Dodgers 3. And Muncy, who has a homer in this game, will come to the plate representing the potential tying run.
Now Alonso diving right. I think because the runner in front of him, Freddie Freeman, was crossing over. I think Pete just lost sight of this ball at the last second, because this is a ball that goes right under his glove. He just swept through it, and it went underneath, and I think it had a lot to do with Freeman crossing over. Muncy, by the way, against Maton, 3 for 4 lifetime with a homer.
Remember, Muncy homered his last time up. 6-3 New York. Tying run at the plate. Lindor shades towards second base against the left-hand batter. First pitch. Taken high, ball 1, a cutter. Mets had a 6-0 lead going to the 5th inning. But now the Dodgers, and remember that error by Jose Iglesias looms very large in this 6th inning, are storming back. 1-0 the count. Here's the pitch. Rides high, ball 2. Kike Hernandez, who has pop in his bat as well, is waiting on deck. Maton works from the first base side of the rubber. 2-0 to Muncy, a dangerous pitch to a power hitter. It's on the way, and it's in for a called strike. He gets a sweeper over on the inner half. 2-1 the count. Many in this crowd are standing. Maton sets at the belt. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss at a fastball, 2-2. Remember now, he was ahead 2 strikes on Edman. He basically got Edman to do what he wanted him to do, hit the ball on the ground. You know, if Alonso been able to smother that, they might have gotten 1 out. 1 less run would have scored. Now it's 2-2 to Muncy. Maton sets, here's the pitch. High and outside, ball 3, missed with a cutter.
You certainly don't want to walk Muncy on purpose to load the bases, but Maton has really good numbers against the guy on deck, Kike Hernandez.
So 3-2. Runners lead from the corners. Maton sets. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball way outside, ball 4. The bases are loaded. And walks, which have hurt this team all year, are threatening to be their undoing here in the 6th inning. Remember, Manaea walked the first 2. It didn't turn at least 1 out on the ground ball by Freeman because of the Iglesias error. And after a pop-up and a 2-run single, now Muncy has walked. The bases are loaded, and Kike Hernandez represents the go-ahead run at the plate.
He's a guy that's very aggressive, likes to put the ball in play. Mets have had 2 chances to get a ground out, and they have another chance here maybe with Hernandez up to get a double play.
So Maton now brings the hands together. This game at a crossroads. First pitch, breaking ball line towards third, foul. Oh boy, a curveball. Kike Hernandez was out in front of and shoots foul down the left field line. And it's 0-1.
Mentioned Hernandez lifetime against Maton. Seen him 6 times, 0 for 6 with 4 strikeouts.
0-1 the count. Freeman at third, Edman at second, Muncy at first. Maton on in relief of Sean Manaea. This is not the PA. These are the fans now. Here's the 0-1. Missed outside with a fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Maton facing his 4th batter. And remember now, the Mets a little thin in the bullpen with Peterson and Buto unavailable.
And Ryan Stanek getting loose.
1-1 the count. Maton deals. Swing and a miss. Went away with a cutter. And it's 1-2. Andy Pages due up next. The only left-handed bats on the Dodger bench, Gavin Lux, who left last night's game with a hip flexor, and Kevin Kiermaier. An especially big batter under those circumstances here for Maton with the bases loaded. Mets 6, Dodgers 3, 1 out, last of the 6th. Maton staring in. Now comes set. The 1-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball to third. Vientos bobbles it. Throws to second. One. Return to first. Out at first is the call if it stands. A very close play. A hard slide at second by Muncy. And everybody waiting around. I'll tell you what, to the naked eye, I kind of think or thought that Hernandez beat it out. And the Dodgers, I believe, are going to challenge.
Yeah, Dave Roberts' signal for the challenge now coming out. He pointed at both second base and first base. And again, that's really the crux of this is at first base. I wonder if Alonso's foot comes off the bag. It doesn't look like it.
Los Angeles is challenging the I'll call it second base as well as the I'll call it first base.
All right, so you heard what they're challenging. I agree with you based on the first replay I saw at first that they probably got the out at first. The Vientos bobble resulted in the close play at second. I don't see any problem at second base.
I don't see anything there. The only thing I see is something that I don't think is reviewable. I mean, this is a double play, Howie, to be honest with you. Maybe the Dodgers is saying Iglesias receives the ball at second, steps into the run of the base runner, into Muncy. Is that interference? Are we doing that on replay, maybe, to block Muncy from sliding in, even though the throw beat him? Well, I think both throws. I think they get him at second and first. I don't know what I would be missing here.
I agree with you. If anything, Iglesias put his shin in harm's way.
And Muncy has just walked off the field. Dave Roberts was very confident to challenge this. This ball beats Kiki at first base by a foot at least. Unless we're missing something. I think this is an inning-ending double play.
But again, the Vientos bobble made things more problematic.
The call at second is confirmed. The runner is out. The play at first base is also confirmed. The runner is out. Los Angeles has one challenge remaining.
Well,
isn't that strange?
I think so, but the big story is they get the double play to end the sixth inning, and the Dodgers settle for 2 runs on 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 left. And at the end of 6, it's the Mets 6, the Dodgers 3 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Now through November 1st, Sirius.
Hey, baseball fans, thanks for hanging out with us for this NLCS matchup. We only have a few days left in our Create 100K campaign for Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. Please take a look at the link that is pinned in the chat, and if it's not there, it will be in the description. Click that link and take a look at our campaign page to see the work that we've done already as a community for this great hospital in Toronto. You can add to that by sending in a small donation, a big donation, any donation. And if you can't send a donation, that's fine too. Please help us by sharing the link to get more people over to that campaign page. Now let's get back to the baseball. Good luck to your team. Let's finish the game strong, and we'll see you guys back in the chat.
And on the SiriusXM app. You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball. You love yelling at your buddies about baseball because they love baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, and much, much, much more. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Catch a brand new season preview show of your favorite team every week.
Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app. You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball. You love yelling at your buddies about baseball because they love baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, and much, much, much more. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Catch a brand new season preview show of your favorite team every weeknight until the season starts. Only on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the SiriusXM app.
Hi, this is Alexa. Did you know you can listen to this game on devices with Amazon Alexa? Download the SiriusXM app and tell me to play the Mets on SiriusXM.
Well, we go to the 7th inning. The Mets, quite frankly, had one of their shakiest defensive innings in a long time, and yet escaped with a ground ball double play induced by Phil Maton off the bat of Kike Hernandez. Still not sure exactly what Dave Roberts was reviewing at second base. The biggest question, and again, to the naked eye, Keith, I thought, and we're sitting a long ways away from first base, again, to the naked eye, that Hernandez might have been safe at first because after Alonso received the throw, I wasn't sure at all that he was on the bag, but the video replay showed that he did. It's 6-3 New York, and Alonso will lead off the 7th inning.
And Brent Honeywell, who is part of this bullpen game, is the first Dodger to pitch now for a 3rd inning out of the pen. And his first one to Alonso is a little bit low with a slider for ball 1. So it turned out to be the 5-4-3 double play that gets the Mets out of the inning and also takes a run off the board. This is our defensive play of the game, a 1-0. Alonso way out in front of a breaking ball. Now behind 1-1. And the defensive play of the game, sponsored by Sun Cruiser Hard Iced Tea, made with real iced tea and real vodka. Crack one open, let the good times cruise. Honeywell's 1-1. Alonso swings and misses. Another good-looking slider. 3 of them so far. That's 1-2 on Pete. And behind Alonso, Marte and Winker. And Alonso takes his time. Again, when you have a bullpen game, it sometimes can be a little random, can be a bit of a crapshoot sometimes. Early good start for the Mets, scoring 6 runs over the first 2 innings. None since. 1-2. Line in the air, left field. Hernandez comes racing in and makes the hat-high catch. 1 away. Broken bat. It just stayed up enough for Hernandez to come sprint in from left. And Alonso flies out 1 away. So after Brasier and Knack gave up the 6, Anthony Bonda, the former Met, a scoreless 4th. Honeywell, scoreless 5th, scoreless 6th, and now trying to do the same in the 7th. The Mets leading 6-3. Here's Marte. Pitch. Righty takes a breaking ball. Strike, 0-1. That was the slider. So Honeywell is now seeing Marte, and then Winker behind him 2nd time through. Marte started out in the 5th, greeted Honeywell, and popped out. Honeywell's been good, has not allowed a hit. 0-1. Missed inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. So Sean Manaea's line is closed as well. It was really great, and then he just seemed to hit a wall there in that 6th inning, walking the first 2 that eventually came around to score. 1-1. Marte rips one down a left field line. That's a fair ball, heading toward the corner. He hits first, angles towards second. Hernandez overfishes it out. Marte's got a double. Stand-up 2-base hit for Marte, who's now 2 for 4. And the Mets, again, who have not scored since the 2nd, could use some insurance here.
Doesn't it feel like they have to cash in here? They've had other opportunities. And again, down towards the bottom part of the order, Alvarez in particular has left a lot of men on base. But, the Dodgers, as prolific as they are offensively, they've already cut a 6-run lead in half. And there's way too much time remaining in this game to be comfortable.
Here's Winker. Last time he saw Honeywell, he walked against him. He's actually walked twice in this game. Mets ahead by 3. First pitch. Check swing roller foul over to the Dodger dugout down 3rd. That's 0-1. Right now the Mets bullpen is quiet. Ryan Stanek had been throwing behind Phil Maton. Maton ended up getting all 3 outs. Who knows what the plan is if you just go to Stanek or you keep Maton out there to start the bottom of this inning. 0-1. Strike pierces the inside corner. A fastball at 94 from Honeywell, and it's 0-2. But Manaea ends up going 5 innings, 5+. He did face the first 3 batters of the 6th. 3 runs, 2 earned on just 2 hits. 4 walks, though, 7 strikeouts. 0-2. Up and in. Ball 1 on Winker. Now, Manaea had scattered his first 2 walks. First inning, second inning, and then just simply buckled down to get the next guy. But he stacked his walks there in the 6th, and that hurt. Marte off second. The 1-2. Winker hits another check swing foul toward third. Stays a ball and 2 strikes. This Dodger team, you just cannot walk them. It goes without saying, but yesterday they won 9-0. They had 9 runs on 9 hits. 8 of the 9 hits were singles. They drove in freebie after freebie. The Mets walked so many yesterday that came around to score. A spinner to throw to second. Marte dives in safely head first. Shortstop Tommy Edman was creeping from behind. You look, yesterday Betts walked and scored. Freeman walked and scored. Ohtani walked and scored. Lux walked and scored. You cannot do that with the Dodgers. A look at second. Honeywell's pitch. Swing and a miss. Down goes Winker on the hard fastball. 95 low. And there's 2 down. We're coming to you live from the Bigelow Tea broadcast booth. Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly. We will proudly be back in the Bob Murphy broadcast booth 2 days from now for Game 3. Right now, in this best of 7, the Dodgers lead the series 1-0. Mets lead the ball game 6-3. Runner at second, 2 down. Pitch. Iglesias stares at a 1 low. A slider for ball 1. Well, in that inning, the bottom of the 6th, there were ground balls everywhere. 1 to second, 1 to first, 1 to third. And Iglesias, who usually has the most sure hands, bobbled the first one due an error. Chance to drive in a run here. The 1-0 pitch. Down and out, close, but he missed with a slider. Ball 2 on Iglesias. Honeywell gets the ball back, stops at the base of the mound, and just took a deep breath. Shoulders slumped a little. And maybe he wanted that call, and also a pitch count getting up there. He's at 53 pitches right now in this long bulk relief outing. The 2-0 to Iglesias. Swinging a chopper foul behind home plate. 2-1. Well, as this inning has grown, outs have added up. Ryan Stanek back on that bullpen mound. The Dodgers will have Pages and then Ohtani, Betts, and Hernandez. They'll turn the lineup over again when we get to the bottom of this 7th. Right now, top 7, 6-3 Mets, 2 outs, runner at second. Honeywell set, a look at second. Now the 2-1. Check swing foul to the backstop. 2-2. Looked like a pitch that was going to hit Iglesias in the chin. And he defensively brought the bat down and simply redirected it back to the screen. The Dodgers have scored 3 unanswered runs to cut into the 6-0 deficit. Dodgers fans getting loud. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He chased a bad one down and away. Marte doubles with 1 out. Neither Winker nor Iglesias can move him over or in. 6-3 Mets in LA. We go to the bottom of the 7th. And the 7th inning stretch is brought to you by Gin and Juice, ready to drink cocktail, a lightly carbonated seltzer, an official partner of the New York Mets.
Serving contractors, builders, and homeowners in the tri-state area since 1987, Brooklyn Window and Door is New York City's largest stocking dealer of quality Andersen window and doors. The professionals at Brooklyn Window and Door will help solve any of your window replacement needs or applications. Visit Brooklyn Window and Door's award-winning showroom to see the complete Andersen product line.
Is that thing on? Hey, you! Yeah, I'm talking to you, the one that's hanging out with us listening to the NLDS. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and making this the best chat on YouTube for the MLB playoffs. Please hit that subscribe button down below and turn on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single MLB playoff game the rest of the way, as well as all kinds of other sports action. Thank you to all of the insiders. Cheers to everyone who has subscribed already. We really appreciate you helping this awesome community keep on growing and make it almost to 50K. We're getting so close. Please help us get there if you haven't done so already. And if you have, you rock. Thank you. Now let's get back to the game. Good luck to your team. We'll see you in the chat.
Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Come home to SNY.
Lot to get to here on our postgame show
as our team covers your team with all the postgame reactions.
That is as playoff baseball as there is.
On the Mets playoff run. Nissan Postgame Live tonight, immediately after the Mets-Dodgers NLCS game, only on SNY.
Let's pause 10 seconds, station ID.
You're listening to the National League Championship Series on Sirius XM. Join us after the game on MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM 89.
Back at Dodger Stadium here in Los Angeles, 6-3 Met lead as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. He's Howie Rose. My name is Keith Radd. So Phil Maton, who did end up coming out for the 6th after Sean Manaea left with the bases loaded. Maton did get all 3 outs and has come back out for the bottom of the 7th. Mentioned that Ryan Stanek was warming up. He still is. The dream would be to push Maton as far as possible, maybe get him through this 7th. Go Stanek in the 8th, Diaz in the 9th. But got to go out by out against the Dodgers team. It's feeling good right now. First pitch to Pages. The righty takes a strike from Maton. 0-1. Pages, then Ohtani, then Betts. So this top of the lineup is one batter away. Mets have a 3-run lead here in the last of the 7th. Maton's 0-1. Pages fights it off foul behind home plate, and it's 0-2. And again, even though it is 6:30 in New York right now, it's 3:30 here, and that's big because the shadows are covering home plate. The pitcher is in the sun, so should be advantage pitcher. Maton's 0-2. Missed outside a cutter. That's a ball and 2 strikes. Pages has fanned twice today. Both at bats coming against Sean Manaea, who again is done after 5. Maton right arm dangling. Brings the hands together. First base side of the rubber. 1-2 pitch. Missed away with a breaking ball. Tried the curve. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The light stanchion reflects its shadow right in front of Mark Vientos' feet on the dirt at third. Everybody else in the sunshine, including Maton, who takes a breath. 2-2 pitch. Flied in the air down the right field line. Marte fighting the sun, racing over. Near foul ground. It is foul. And into the seats. It stays 2-2. Long run there for Marte on a ball off the righty bat down the right field line, slicing away from play. Mets took a 6-0 lead after the first 2 innings. Have been shut down by the bullpen ever since. Dodgers scored 1 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th. Here we are in the last of the 7th. Ohtani on deck. 2-2 to Pages. Here comes. Popped up again. First base side. Foul ground. Alonso over toward the track. Has room. Makes the catch near the sidewall. 1 away. Visions of Milwaukee there for Alonso.
I think we all did.
You just get these things in your head that won't go away.
Yep.
Now Pete does make the catch here. And here's Ohtani.
You saw it, you felt it.
Scoreboard update brought to you by Food Bazaar. Shop locally global with Food Bazaar Supermarket, foodbazaar.com. The ALCS gets going in just a little bit. Yankees and Guardians from the Bronx. Ohtani batting with the bases empty. Pitch. Missed up high with a fastball. Ball 1. All of his at-bats today have come with nobody on, and because of that, I guess it's the way the numbers are saying it, he's 0 for 3. 2 strikeouts. Mets ahead by 3 in the 7th. The 1-0 off the plate. Ball 2. Alex Cobb against Carlos Rodon, by the way. 7:38 Eastern time start. New York Yankees and Cleveland Guardians. 2-0 to Ohtani. Up and away. 3 balls and no strikes. And again, Maton, he's so smooth and slow with his movements. You'd never know that he'd be pitching in a big game. His body language would never tell you that. 3-0 pitch. High and away. He walked him. So either let's not even worry about Ohtani hitting a ball to Northern California. But maybe that's not the plan at all, because here comes Carlos Mendoza. 1 on, 1 out. Mookie Betts up. Ryan Stanek is going to come in from the bullpen. The Mets have a 6-3 lead in game 2. And this pitching change is brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. We got your down at the beach wows, your top of the mountain wows, your show-stopping wows, your cork-popping wows. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
When you're number one, it's always good to remember who helped you get there. For the Ray Cattina family of dealerships, it's an easy call. They're customers. It's why Ray Cattina is the premier luxury automotive group in New Jersey and New York. Their game plan is simple. It's to always put the customer first with legendary customer service and the brands they trust the most. Mercedes-Benz, Lexus, Audi, Porsche, BMW, Land Rover, Infiniti, Jaguar, Mini, and Sprinter. Visit a Ray Cattina dealership or go to raycattina.com.
When just one life is saved, it wins the game. Just like in baseball, when the same player has 3,000 hits, it's monumental. LifeVac, the original choking rescue device, is approaching 3,000 lives saved. Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, CEO and inventor of LifeVac. With its place, push, pull technology, LifeVac uses suction to clear the airway and save a life. There's only one proven airway clearance device, LifeVac. Mention code BASEBALL for 20% off your order today. Go to lifevac.net.
Bottom of the seventh inning still. Ryan Stanek is the new pitcher on for the Mets. Mets lead the Dodgers 6-3. After Phil Maton got Andy Pages to pop out to start the inning, a 4-pitch walk to Shohei Ohtani. We told you how brutal the walks have been, almost direct hits to the Mets in this series that's only a game and a half old. Yesterday, it felt like every time the Mets gave the Dodgers a free pass, they'd score. Well, it felt like that in the sixth inning. 2 walks to start. Those runners came around to score. Ryan Stanek has to get out of this, facing Mookie Betts and then Teoscar Hernandez. If it gets that far, Freddie Freeman. Mets again led this thing 6-0 over the first 2 innings. The Dodgers, you could feel the swell of the crowd little by little. Mets trying to get to New York with a 1-1 series. Dodgers lead the series 1-0. Ohtani can definitely run. He leads off first. Stanek, tall right-hander, long hair flowing out of the back of his hat, comes set. First pitch to Mookie Betts. Fouled back to the screen. A high fastball. Strike 1.
98 with a slide step.
Pretty good for Ryan Stanek, who had some great years in the postseason with Houston. When the Mets grabbed him this year, he was pitching with Seattle. He has worked his way up the depth chart. He's the setup man now for Diaz in this game. He is set. 0-1. Betts takes a strike, top of the zone, splitter. A 90-mile-an-hour split, dropping straight down, and it's 0-2. Today, Betts a strikeout, a flyout. He's also walked and scored. 1 out, 1 on. 6-3 Mets in the 7th. Stanek deals. Swing and a miss. Pumped it by him at 99 on the outside corner. Betts strikes out, 2 down. So hard to strike out Mookie Betts. But Stanek hit it with some speed. Tonight's Speed Report brought to you by Verizon, the network New York City relies on. So now Teoscar Hernandez. Freddie Freeman is on deck. 6-3 Mets, 7th inning. Ohtani off first, 2 outs, infield back, pitch. On the inside corner, a fastball strike. 0-1 on Hernandez. Again, can those shadows work to Stanek's advantage? He's in the sun. Hernandez, the batter, in the shade. Stanek set. Pitch. Hit hard on the ground to third, right at Vientos. Gobbles it up, straightens, throws across, in time, inning over. The Mets survive the 7th. We go to the 8th. In game 2, Mets 6, Dodgers 3 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets! To win your fantasy football league, you need to be one step ahead of the competition. And at SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio, we're giving you the edge you need to take home the trophy.
There are no tight ends that you can count on. We will tell you who to start.
Our experts are doling out start-sit advice, waiver pickups, and so much more to help you win a championship.
Just because you're allowed to make a waiver move doesn't mean you have to make a waiver move.
Listen right now on Channel 87 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM has everything a college football fan needs.
What's up, baseball fans? Thanks for hanging out with us tonight for this NLCS matchup. That's right, the championship series is underway. The Dodgers hosting the Mets. Please take a minute to hit that like button down below. As well, please share out the link. That's how we get more people to hang out with us and cheer on your team. Who are you rooting for? Let us know in the chat which team it is that you want to see in the World Series. Now let's get back to the baseball. Hit that share, hit that like, and we'll see you guys in the chat.
Every weeknight until the season starts, hear a different team's preview show.
We've got Kevin Durant sitting down with us.
Championship is always the goal.
NBA Radio season preview shows. Only on NBA Radio, Channel 86. And for any interviews or previews you missed, hear them on the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, this is David Stearns, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
In any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Mets. We go to the 8th, Dodger Stadium. Mets lead LA 6-3. Ryan Stanek came in with a runner on, struck out Mookie Betts, got Teoscar Hernandez to ground out, and so the Mets are 6 outs away on their side. Meanwhile, the Dodgers just got 3 really great relief innings from Brent Honeywell, who covered innings 5, 6, and 7, held it down, but now Honeywell is done, and Edgardo Enriquez comes out, the young, and I mean young, 22-year-old, even I can call him young, Howie, 22 years old, who pitched 3 times in the regular season, and he's on the postseason roster. He will face Tyrone Taylor, Francisco Alvarez, and Francisco Lindor. And I think the Mets have felt the nudge here. Insurance, as this game rolls on.
Yeah, they're 2 for 8 with men in scoring position, but they have had opportunities among those other 6 to really spread some daylight and have not been able to do it. Tyrone Taylor has been aboard all 3 times. The guy who has struggled most in those big spots is on deck in Alvarez. Taylor doubled in a run in the second, walked and been hit by a pitch. Enriquez deals and misses low. 1 ball and no strikes. It's Taylor, Alvarez, and Lindor due up here in the 8th inning for the Mets. Enriquez, the 5th pitcher the Dodgers have used. And the 1-0 on the way. Taylor swings, hits it high in the air, right field side, in towards foul ground. Over comes Betts, and he makes the catch. 1 man away, Mookie making the catch in foul territory. And it'll bring up Francisco Alvarez. Don't forget, stay tuned after the game for the Verizon Mets postgame show. Verizon, the network New York City relies on. So Alvarez popped to short in the 2nd inning on the first pitch with runners at 2nd and 3rd with 1 out. Flied out to end the top of the 3rd, leaving the bases loaded, and then flied out to center, ending the top of the 5th, leaving runners at 1st and 2nd. So he's had a rough day at the plate. On the first pitch to the right end side, 1 ball and no strikes. Alvarez now just 5 out of 32 in the postseason without a home run. He has driven in just 1 run. 1-0 the count. Now the pitch. That's over for a called strike. Enriquez with a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Counters out with a cutter, but that's it. Fastball cutter from this guy.
1-1. Now the pitch. Alvarez lays off. It's low. The cutter. And the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Really is remarkable, isn't it, that, and I'm just speaking for myself, but you might feel the same way, Keith. Guys come out, throw 100 miles an hour. It just doesn't open your eyes as much as it used to. Here's the 2-1. Alvarez check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did on appeal to first. Nick Lentz says now the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes.
They were 1 in a million. Now they're, as they say, a dime a dozen. These guys that throw 100.
So 2-2, the count to Alvarez. Outfield straight away against him. Hitter in the shadows. Pitcher in the sun. Advantage pitcher, especially when you throw 100. And the 2-2 is just off the outside corner. He started his hands, held off at 99. Don't ask me how they do it or see it under these conditions. Alvarez did, and it's 3-2. Now Enriquez sets. And time call. Boy, that is a late time. It's a violation. It's ball 4 on a pitch clock violation.
Wow.
So the Mets get a break, and we haven't seen very many of those this year, either strikeouts or walks, as the result of pitch clock violations. They were all the rage in spring training of 23 and early in the season. But, I mean, they've become scarce, and the Mets will gladly take it as they get a 1-out base runner and bring Lindor to the plate.
And it's supposed to be something that the new generation can handle because they dealt with it in the minors. Well, Enriquez is from the new generation and just messed up big time there.
Well, Mets get a base runner. It is charged as a walk. And it brings up Lindor. I put walk and V on the scorecard just to show the violation. First pitch on the way, taken low, ball 1, a fastball. You know, there's no right or wrong way to keep score because generally you're the only one that's trying to read it, interpret it, whatever you're comfortable doing. As people say all the time when they talk about the pitch clock, and you know, how do you score those things? Frankly, however you want. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Lindor swings and misses, and you could tell that, I mean, that was the cutter, so it was about 10 miles an hour less than the fastball. But you can tell out of the hand Francisco had little trouble picking it up, which is understandable. Now, those shadows are not too far away from the pitcher's mound now, probably another half inning or so. 1-1 the count, now the pitch. Lindor pops it foul into the seats upstairs behind third, and it's 1-2.
Well, Padres saw him really well in the division series. Game 2 of that series, Padres hit 6 home runs against the Dodgers. 2 of them against this guy, because if you guess right as a big league hitter and you get a fastball, you can hit it a long way.
1-2 the count. Now the pitch. Swing on a fly ball, pretty well hit to right center. Paez over, he'll get there, and he makes the catch. 2 men away. Alvarez goes back to first. Nothing unique or particularly special about that catch, but as we have to do it, we'll call it the textbook play of the game, brought to you by Malloy University. At Malloy, you'll think about your future in a new way. And that will bring up Mark Vientos with 2 men out. Vientos has had some defensive shakes in this series, but he's had the biggest hit of this game, a grand slam in the second. Remember, the Mets scored all of their runs in the first and second innings. First pitch to Mark, taken for a called strike, 0-1, a cutter. Lindor led the game off with a home run, and then Vientos, the 2-out grand slam in the second. Mets had also scored a second inning run on Tyrone Taylor's double, but that's been all of their scoring. And the Dodgers have chipped away at 6-3. The 0-1 sails high and away, 1 ball and 1 strike on Vientos. But Mark just keeps getting his hits. Not only the grand slam in the second, he also singled in the fourth. He is now 14 for 36 in this postseason. 1-1 the count. Alvarez at first, 2 out. The pitch. Vientos chops one towards second base. Fielded right at the bag by Hernandez, who steps on second base. And that retires the side. So, no runs, no hits, a walk, and 1 man left. Middle of the 8th inning. It is the Mets 6 and the Dodgers 3 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
If you heat your home with oil, you must hear this message. Low-price home heating oil is now available to all our Mets Radio listeners at a fixed price that can save you hundreds of dollars a year on your home heating bill.
If you think you're paying too much to heat your home, then pick up your phone. Dial 866-OIL-DEAL right now to see how much you can save on heating oil. The Home Heating Oil Service Center is staffed 24/7, and mechanics are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to ensure your family is never left in the cold. Just dial 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL. The heating oil line is now open for Mets radio listeners. Think you're paying too much for your home heating oil or service? Call the Home Heating Oil line now to see how much you can save off your home heating costs. Don't wait. There is no reason to pay too much for home heating oil. You can get the best service, 24-hour mechanics, and a low flat rate for this home heating season, guaranteed. So call now. Dial 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL.
Paramus Hyundai knows that in playoff baseball, every hit, pitch, play, and save can make all the difference. Same with shopping for a new vehicle. Leave nothing to chance. Score huge savings at Paramus Hyundai. Don't miss amazing limited-time pricing on all your favorites, including the 2024 Hyundai Elantra, all backed by America's best warranty, the 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty with owner assurance. 4 is always less, so root for Paramus Hyundai, ParamusHyundai.com. Let's go, New York.
While everyone is listening to the ball game, the Engineers Labor Employer Cooperative is hard at work rebuilding our infrastructure. Whether it's transportation, water, or energy projects, ELEC and the Operating Engineers 825 are ready to get to work building our bounce back. Well, we go to the last of the 8th inning. The Mets have a 6-3 lead over the Dodgers. And as Mark Vientos made the final out in the top of the 8th, Carlos Mendoza will make his defensive adjustment as Jose Iglesias moves from second base to third, replacing Vientos. Luis Angel Acuna comes on to play second base. But Vientos is the thriving player of the game with 2 hits, including a grand slam. It's brought to you by ThriveWell Infusion, New York's premier infusion and injection center, saving lives drip by drip. Visit ThriveWellInfusion.com. So the Dodgers will have the middle of their order up. Ryan Stanek got the last 2 outs in the 7th. Stanek will face Freeman, Smith, and Edman. And I don't know if there will be any further bridge to Edwin Diaz, depending upon how this thing unfolds. Freeman, a left-handed batter. And then you've got Smith, who's right-handed. Edman, a switch hitter. Muncy, a left-hand batter. But don't rule out the possibility of a cameo appearance by Jose Quintana, if the situation calls for it. Right now, here's Freeman. Left-hand batter, 0 for 3. Stanek deals. Fastball is low. Ball 1. Mets pitchers have walked 6 batters in this game. They walked 6 last night. And that is a difficult thing to overcome, but the Mets gave those pitchers quite a cushion with a run in the first and 5 in the second. 6-3 Mets. 1-0 to Freeman. Now the pitch. Swing and a foul back to the screen. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Freddie Freeman. I like to see Freddie batting with the bases empty because against the Mets in his career, he is a .372 hitter with men in scoring position. 1-1 the count. Now the pitch. Just missed outside with a split. And it is 2-1. Stanek on in relief of Phil Maton, who pitched an inning and a third scoreless. Needed a double play to get out of the 6th. The 2-1 pitch. Freeman lays off. It's high and tight. Ball 3. It's actually rather remarkable that the Mets are where they are, having walked more batters than any staff in the National League. 3-1 to Freeman. Now the pitch. Swing on a high fly foul. Third base side. That settles into the seats on the second deck behind third. And Stanek has run it full. He's only thrown 10 pitches so far. Mets would love to get him through this inning. 3-2 the count. Now the pitch. Swinging a hard hit liner to second. Caught at the shoot tops by Acuna. He plays it to first. And I think they're calling it an out on the line drive. No out call was made by the first base umpire, Nick Lentz. Second base umpire.
So it bounced. He bounced.
Okay.
Well, he got him.
Well, he got him either way. It would have been nice if Nick Lentz would have done something other than keep his hands at his side, but that's just bookkeeping. Freeman is out, one away instead of an L4. It's 4-3. So that brings up Will Smith, who's 0 for 3. First pitch to the right-hand batter, taken low. 1 ball and no strikes. Stanek missing with a fastball. Well, Nathan wants a new ball. All he did was miss a little low. Get it to the authenticator. Somebody will pay big bucks for it. 1-0 the count. Pitch to Smith. Swinging a fly ball deep to left. Back goes Nimmo. Leaps. Makes the catch. Brandon Nimmo, hobbled by that plantar fasciitis, made the catch. He didn't have to get way up high, but that ball was sailing on him. As he approached the warning track, he hauled it in, and as he caught that ball and took a few steps towards the fence, you can really see him favoring that foot.
Yeah, Carlos Mendoza said today that it bothers him in some moments, usually slowing down, and that's after Nimmo caught it, stopped, and slowed down toward the wall. That's where you really saw it kind of grab him at that foot.
Tommy Edman, the batter, switch hitter, batting left, swings and misses at a slider, 0-1. Well, now looks like Edwin Diaz is going to get up and get loose, because if the Dodgers come up with anything here in terms of a threat, it'll be Diaz. 0-1, swing and a miss, 0-2. Great split from Ryan Stanek. And the count 0-2. The Mets 6, the Dodgers 3. Game 2 of the National League Championship Series. Nobody on. 2 men out. Last of the 8th. Stanek taking a little extra time. Well, the pitch clock is running. Now back onto the first base side of the rubber. Comes set. The 0-2 to Edman. Swing on a high fly ball to left field, pretty deep, near the corner, over for a look. Nimmo, it's out of play. Foul ball in the seats.
I'll tell you what, just watching Nimmo, he said he aggravated it in the last series, Game 3 of the DS. We haven't even noticed it really until they mentioned it before they were late last night. Just watching him in the outfield, he made that play, but then going over to the sidewall, you really could see that he's playing like loose. It's like light feet, like he's trying to walk on eggshells. That's the condition of the plantar fasciitis.
And he's got to deal with it. He says it's just not going to get appreciably better until after the season. Here's the 0-2. Breaking ball is low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The split there from Ryan Stanek. Max Muncy waiting on deck. Iglesias at third is off the line against the left-hand batter. Stanek sets. 1-2 pitch. Taken down and in. Ball 2. Muncy on deck. Kike Hernandez behind him. Stanek now 18 pitches spent, facing his 5th batter here. Outfield is straight away against the left-hand hitting Edman. He's a switch hitter batting left. 2-2 pitch. Low and away, ball 3. Well, he had him 0-2. Missed with a fastball at 98. 3-run lead, a guy who's relatively weak hitting from the left side. As we just go right at him here, huh? 3-2 the count. Stanek sets. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball up the middle. Acuna can't reach it. It's a base hit going into center field for Edman. Played in by Taylor. And here comes Jeremy Hefner. So they're going to give Stanek Muncy. And we'll see about Diaz if the inning continues beyond him. Let's pause here for station identification.
You're listening to the National League Championship Series on Sirius XM. Join us after the game on MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM 89.
Howie Rose, Keith Rad, with you at Dodger Stadium. Mets 6, Dodgers 3, 2 out last of the 8th. Tommy Edman on first. And Max Muncy will be the batter. He is just 1 for 2 in his limited appearances against Ryan Stanek. Muncy, though, homered against Sean Manaea, leading off the bottom of the 5th. That got the Dodgers on the board. Mets were leading 6-0 at the time. They scored 2 more in the 6th. Mets got a double play to get out of that inning. And now with 2 out and Edman at first, here is Muncy. Fly to center, homered, and drew a walk. And again, the Mets have walked 6 batters in this game, 4 by Manaea. So Stanek ready, his first pitch. A little bit high with a split. So 1-0 to Muncy. Kike Hernandez, the on-deck hitter, has power. Stanek trying to get out of this 8th inning right here. 1-0 the count, now the pitch. Swinging a high pop foul back behind home plate. That'll reach the seats. And the count 1-1. Well, at this point, where the Dodgers are situated in their batting order, why is Muncy such a huge batter? Well, the Mets with a 3-run lead here, and you're trying to keep Shohei Ohtani and company as far away as possible. But now, even if they get Muncy here, that means that Ohtani will bat in the 9th inning. And, you know, he's got big boys behind him, too. So 1-1 the count. Stanek sets. Now the pitch. High. 2 balls and 1 strike. Missed with a fastball at 97. And you got to figure one way or the other, this is the last batter for Ryan Stanek.
You'd love to get Diaz just the 9th to worry about. There's 1 inning. That's why this is really such a crucial job by Stanek to get Muncy here.
2-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 3. Oh, you go back to that previous at bat. Remember, he was ahead of Edman, 2 strikes. Ran it full. Edman picked up his 3rd hit of the game. And now it's 3-1 to Muncy with Kike Hernandez on deck. Mets 6, Dodgers 3. It's getting sticky. Stanek to the belt. 3-1 pitch. In for a called strike. He threw him the split on 3-1 and got it over.
And Muncy didn't like it. He was heading to first, turns, and as he goes back to the batter's box, has a couple words from Mike Malinsky. Has a perfect pitch at the knees. Borderline, but Stanek gets the call.
So on 3-2, Edman, who's got good speed, will be running from first. And time called by Muncy at the plate. Stanek with that long hair flowing down his back, gave it a little tug. Now he pulls at the bill of his cap, shakes out his right arm, brings the hands together. Edman ready to run. The payoff pitch is inside, ball 4. Well, here comes Carlos Mendoza. Ryan Stanek will leave. The 7th walk allowed by Mets pitchers today. Edwin Diaz will come on with the Mets leading 6-3. And this pitching change is brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
Discover the excitement at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. Come play 1,000 slot machines and electronic table games. Enjoy on-site entertainment, cocktails, and dining. In October, we're giving away $125,000 during Wicked Wednesdays. One winner every hour from 3 to 7 p.m. will spin for their chance at $5,000. 1 point equals 1 entry. Jake's 58, where Long Island wins.
If gambling is a problem for you or someone, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 877-8-OPEN or text NY.
As the playoffs heat up, stay hydrated with Ready Refresh. At the office or at home, Ready Refresh has amazing deals on all bottled water. From case packs to water filtration to 5-gallon bottles. Delivered right to your door.
Cheers, Insiders! Thanks for hanging out with us tonight during this NLCS matchup. Now's the time to let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Put it in there. Let us know what city and state you're in if you're here in the U.S., city and province in Canada, and if you're international. Put that flag emoji in the chat for your nation. Let's see how far out our reach is in this world. It's always really cool to see where everybody's hanging out with us and where they're watching this game from. Now, let's get back to the baseball. Good luck to your team, and let's have some fun. See you in the chat.
Anderson, built, backed, and serviced like no other window. Visit Brooklyn Window and Door at 1889 McDonald Avenue or call 718-WINDOWS.
Well, Edwin Diaz will come on to pitch now with 2 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Mets leading the Dodgers 6-3. When we last saw Diaz, He entered in the 9th inning of the clinching game against the Phillies, Game 4 of the division series, and walked the first 2 batters. So that meant the Phillies would bring the tying man to the plate. He would retire the next 3, including a strikeout of Kyle Schwarber to clinch the series. But now Diaz will enter and face Kike Hernandez, representing the tying run at the plate. This Mets save opportunity is presented by LifeVac, the original choking rescue suction device that saves lives, the save of the game and lives too. So Diaz, who has been spotty, has not had great command of his slider, finally got to throwing his fastball more effectively after those first 2 walks. His first pitch to Hernandez on the outside corner, starts him with a slider, gets it over. The count 0-1. Very often when he gets hurt by the slider. At times he seems to have shied away from it. He's ahead 0-1 here to Hernandez. The runners go, the pitch taken low, and both runners move up. So Diaz, who has so much trouble holding runners on, allows Edman to steal 3rd and Muncy to steal 2nd. So 2 in scoring position now with a count 1-1, and that's become almost automatic against Edwin Diaz. You'll hope it doesn't unnerve him here. He's got to get Hernandez. 1-1 the count, the pitch. Swing and a miss at the slider. It's 1-2.
Gavin Lux has come on in the on-deck circle. The lefty to pinch hit for Pages. Don't want to see him.
1-2 to Kike Hernandez. Runners lead 2nd and 3rd. Diaz comes set. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swinging a high fly ball, shallow right center, angling over is Marte. Makes the 2-hand catch, side retired. Diaz gets the last out of the 8th. No runs, a hit. No errors, 2 left. And at the end of 8, the Mets 6, the Dodgers 3. On Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets! The NASCAR Cup Series is on Sirius XM. Let's go, we're back on the track Sunday,
1:30 p.m. Eastern.
It's the South Point 400 from Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Yeah. On Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app. Yeah. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the Sirius XM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on Sirius XM Channel 89 and every morning on the Sirius XM app.
That was an all-time classic.
Adam Shine brings his unique perspective and passionate sports talk to Mad Dog Sports Radio.
That game led the league in holy cow wow moments.
The biggest and hottest names across Major League Baseball.
Star shortstop for the Kansas City Royals, Bobby Witt Jr.
It's great to kind of build the new culture here in Kansas City.
Shine on Sports, weekdays 9 Eastern. Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 82 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Mets fans, this is Carlos Mendoza, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on Sirius XM.
Sirius XM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Listen to Meet at the Apple, the new Mets podcast. Join hosts Vito Calise and Jonathan Barron for exclusive access to the Mets, plus a weekly interview with manager Carlos Mendoza. Subscribe at all major podcast providers or the Mets YouTube channel. We go to the 9th inning here in Game 2 of the National League Championship Series. The Dodgers won last night's opener 9-0. The Mets lead here 6-3. And Evan Phillips, who has been perfect in the postseason for the Dodgers, comes on to pitch here. He has faced 13 batters and retired them all. And Phillips is going to face Nimmo, Alonso, and Marte for the Mets, who have been searching for a little extra breathing room ever since that 5-run second when they took a 6-0 lead.
Sorry, Howard. This is still Hernandez for now. That's my bad. I think I pointed out the wrong guy for you.
Well, in any event, all right, here's Nimmo in the first pitch to him. Taken on the outside corner, a called strike, 0-1.
I had 59 coming in from that bullpen, but I guess they thought not yet at least. Maybe for maybe extra innings. If Dave Roberts is thinking about that.
He's in reserve then. The 0-1 on the way. A weak swing and a miss by Nimmo at a fastball, and again Enriquez gets to 100 with it, and the count 0-2. So Nimmo, Alonso, and Marte due up here in the 9th inning. And again, the Dodgers will have Pages, Ohtani, and Betts due up in the 9th against Edwin Diaz, who needed 4 pitches to get out of the 8th. 0-2 now the pitch. Nimmo takes a fastball inside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Enriquez, the 6th pitcher, or make that 5th the Dodgers have used. Will there be a 6th? 1-2 to Nimmo, swung on and missed, strike 3. A cutter, and Enriquez has his first strikeout.
Well, Carlos Mendoza, again, he told us what usually affects and does not affect Nimmo. He said hitting he's fine, but that pitch was down and in, and Brandon had to rotate his feet to try to go get it, and he was hobbling out of the batter's box there. So, I don't know, maybe hitting not so fine depending on where the pitch is.
I wonder if that's going to continue to get worse. Is Nimmo going to be able to keep playing? Here's Alonso. Enriquez deals, swing and a miss. The cutter away. And the count 0-1. Alonso 1 for 4. Singled in the 3rd inning. Now the 0-1 pitch. Taken downstairs, 1-1. Ready, refresh. New York's most reliable water delivery service reminds you that the American League Championship Series begins tonight. Guardians and Yankees at Yankee Stadium. Alex Cobb against Carlos Rodon. 1-1 to Alonso. Here's the pitch. Fastball is outside, ball 2. Marte waiting on deck. Marte's had some good at-bats the last couple of days here. Hit the ball hard. 2-1 pitch. Breaking ball is low. 3-1 to Alonso. Marte's got 2 hits today. Singled and scored in the 2nd. Doubled sharply in the 7th. Sees Alonso ahead in the count here. 3-1. Enriquez sets. The 3-1 pitch. It's in for a called strike. Right at the knees, a fastball. And it's full now to Pete Alonso. Pete 7 out of 28 in the postseason with 3 home runs. Outfield straightaway. And here's the payoff pitch. Low, ball 4. Alonso draws the walk. So the Mets will get Marte to the plate. And again, the first 2 games of this series have been really encouraging for Marte. And remember, yesterday he was moved up to 5th in the batting order. And he was asked about it before the game. Even though the numbers didn't necessarily support it, Carlos Mendoza said he liked the swings and the contact from Marte, and it's paid off. First pitch to Starling. Way outside, ball 1. So that was the 2nd walk allowed by Enriquez. 14 total walks in this game. 7 from each team. 1-0. Now the pitch. Marte taps it foul, rolling to the backstop.
Well, usually a playoff game is long 3-hour games because of the high drama, and that's mostly true. But I think today we can blame the walks on both sides for the drawn-out game that's now certainly above 3 hours long.
1-1 the count. Alonso goes to second. He was not being watched. The pitch taken high, and Alonso, I would say Daniel Murphy style, tiptoes into second base. Remember when Murph did it here from second to third on a walk? Well, right here, Alonso, noting they weren't paying attention, puts himself into scoring position, and now a 2-1 count to Marte.
He's 2-2 in the 2 for 2 in the playoffs.
So the 2-1 pitch is taken low, ball 3.
Pete Alonso 2 for 2 with stolen bases in the postseason. Who had those odds in Vegas?
Well, his agent Scott Boras is here. They were chatting before the game, and I guess Pete's trying to get Scott to expand the portfolio. 3-1 the count. Now the pitch to Marte. Swing and a miss. He didn't see that well. A cutter running away from him. It's 3-2. And again, even though the pitching mound and home plate are in the shade, the batter's trying to find the ball coming out of the batter's eye, which is still bright sunshine. So it's tough to hit right now. 3-2 the count. Enriquez sets. Alonso at second. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball up the middle. Base hit going into center field. Alonso rounds third. He's coming home. Throw to the plate by Pages. Head first slide. He's safe. Down to second goes Marte. Single and a run batted in. The Mets have a 7-3 lead. What a big stolen base that turned out to be by Alonso. And another clutch hit from Starling Marte. 7-3 New York here in the top of the ninth.
And as we've seen again from Marte in Milwaukee after the Alonso home run, right, all the attention going to Pete. Well, Marte had a big hit to add another for the Mets. So when they went out with David Peterson to get the save, they had a 2-run cushion. Same deal in the Philadelphia series. He had a big late hit to add on. This one may be one of the bigger ones because now you go to the bottom of the ninth, at least up by 4. That is a titanic number for any team, no matter who you're playing.
Yeah, especially when you look at who's coming up in that ninth inning. They'll have the 9 spot, which right now is Pages, although it could turn out to be Gavin Lux. But then you've got Ohtani and Betts and Teoscar Hernandez and Freddie Freeman. So it still may be rather adventurous. Diaz would certainly like to make it anything but. So that's a big run the Mets have added, and another one out at second with Marte taking second base on the throw. And now here's Jesse Winker, who's walked twice, struck out twice. Another big hit by Marte. First pitch to Winker, the left-hand batter, down and in, ball 1. Well, maybe Dave Roberts is thinking, well, just as Keith suggested, I should have gone to Phillips.
I was just thinking that too. I mean, I wrote it down in the book. I wrote it down in a couple different places. I closed up Enriquez's line. I saw 59 in that bullpen. I thought, all right, the right guy at the right time. And nope, Enriquez gives it up.
Want to know the count? Now the pitch to Winker. Swinging a liner up the middle. Base hit center field. Marte had to hold up as Edmund dove for that ball, so Marte can only get to third, but Winker's at first, and the Mets with one out, have runners at the corners, and Jose Iglesias coming up. Now let's see, it looks like Dave Roberts just going to lean back and save Phillips right now.
That's something right now. I mean, again, bullpen game. I know that late after the 6th to the 7th, the bullpen game, you're talking about a bullpen game on either side anyway. Just Enriquez's luck. Who knows if it was running out there, pushing him for an extra inning, a young 22-year-old kid, barely got a cup of coffee this year before jumping onto the postseason roster.
Here's Iglesias now. He's 1 for 4. The infield back at double play depth. Runners at the corners. First pitch on the way. Well, dribbler foul right into the Mets dugout. Luis Angel Acuna had to run away from it. And the count 0-1. I wonder now, given that Enriquez paid no attention to Alonso earlier, would Winker try to steal second base here and force the Dodgers to make a play? Marte the runner at third. The 0-1. Fastball in for a called strike. 0-2. That's less likely now. And keep in mind, too, that Will Smith behind the plate threw out more base runners than any catcher in the major leagues this year. 0-2 the count to Iglesias. Here's the pitch. Swing on a high fly ball, not too deep, right center. Betts lines it up. Marte tags. Betts makes the catch. Marte hangs on at third. The throw comes towards the plate, but moving up in front of it to grab it is Smith, and the runners hold. It just wasn't hit deep enough. And so now there are 2 men away, and Tyrone Taylor will bat.
Jesse Winker, too, at first base. He ran towards second base as that throw came in toward the plate, and I think what he was trying to do was get Will Smith's attention to maybe throw back to first and have Marte sneak in from third, but Winker just ran back to first. He had enough base running woes yesterday. Doesn't want to get in trouble here with a huge extra run at third base.
Yeah, and that's the point. You know, you have a 4-run lead, which is nice, but with those guys coming up as we described in the 9th, preserve that opportunity. Don't run yourself out of it. Here's Taylor. First pitch, pulled on the ground towards third, backhanded by Muncy. Throws to second for the forced play, side retired. Mets add a run on 2 hits, no errors, 2 left. Middle of the ninth, the Mets 7, the Dodgers 3 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets! ThriveWellInfusion.com, New York's premier infusion and injection center, saving lives.
Is that thing on? Hey, you! Yeah, I'm talking to you, the one that's hanging out with us listening to the NLDS. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and making this the best chat on YouTube for the MLB playoffs. Please hit that subscribe button down below and turn on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single MLB playoff game the rest of the way, as well as all kinds of other sports action. Thank you to all of the insiders. Cheers to everyone who has subscribed already. We really appreciate you helping this awesome community keep on growing and make it almost to 50K. We're getting so close. Please help us get there if you haven't done so already, and if you have, you rock. Thank you. Now let's get back to the game. Good luck to your team. We'll see you in the chat.
Clear the airway and save a life. There's only one proven airway clearance device, LifeVac. Mention code BASEBALL for 20% off your order today. Go to lifevac.net.
The College of New Jersey is the #1 public college from Maine to Maryland. Learn more at tcnj.edu. That's tcnj.edu.
Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal, and I mean nobody. So if you're looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price, get to Town Fair today. Michelin winter tires offer a shorter stopping distance on ice and snow, along with predictable handling in cold, dry, and wet wintry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price and free services for life on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair tire, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Well, we go to the bottom of the ninth inning. Mets with a 7-3 lead over the Dodgers. Edwin Diaz got the last out of the eighth inning. A big one because Kike Hernandez at that time was the tying run at the plate with runners at second and third. And got Hernandez to fly out to right. And now the Mets have a different look in the outfield as Bader has come on to play center. Is that Taylor in left now?
Taylor went to left. Yep. Yeah, we usually see Taylor go to right and Marte come out, but instead Marte stays in right, and Taylor's going to go to left for, I guess, Nimmo. And again, we wondered how it would affect decision making too. That plantar fasciitis. Well, here you go.
Well, it makes all the sense in the world right now. And so it's Taylor, Bader, Marte, left to right in the outfield for the Mets. Andy Pages leads off for the Dodgers against Edwin Diaz. First pitch on the way. Taken a little bit high. Starts him off with a fastball at 97, ball one. Pages is a guy that you really need to get here with Ohtani and friends next. And the 1-0 taken for a called strike. Fastball at 96. And it's 1-1, so 97 and 96 to start with a fastball. It's from Diaz. The 1-1 pitch, hit in the air to shallow center. Acuna can't reach it. It's in for a base hit. It was a slider, and Pages aboard. That's a guy that they really needed to get. Even with a 4-run lead, you just have to respect what the next guys can do. Ohtani and Betts and Teoscar Hernandez and Freeman, the next scheduled hitters.
Well, broken bat there from Pages off the end of it. A little shard landed behind him in the batter's box that he's on.
So here's Ohtani, first pitch, in for a called strike, 0-1, the slider. Well, Ohtani 0 for 3 with a walk, 0 for 19 with the bases empty, 6 for 8 when they're aboard. And the fastball outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. It's amazing how different those numbers are, but that's what Ohtani's done in this postseason. Diaz pointing out towards Lindor at second about positioning. They actually were just pointing at each other. I didn't see anybody shift, including Acuna. The 1-1. A little bit low, a slider, ball 2.
Now Alonso is playing behind Pages at first. They're not holding him on in order to get Pete a little bit freer to make a play on a ground ball that way.
The runner goes, the 2-1 taken down and in, ball 3. So it's become the almost automatic stolen base against Diaz, recorded by Pages. He's at second, but more importantly now, Diaz is behind here, 3 balls and a strike to Ohtani. The pitch, that's in for a called strike with a fastball at 97. So a full count.
Ohtani didn't like it, but it was there. High outside corner, perfect pitch by Diaz.
Diaz ready. Here's the payoff pitch. Inside, ball 4. He walked it. 8 walks allowed by Mets pitching, and now here come the Dodgers again. 7-3 New York. Mookie Betts will be the batter, and Teoscar Hernandez behind him, and then Freddie Freeman. So Pages with a bloop single on a slider, but then the walk to Ohtani, and, well, it just gets that much stickier.
And you said it a minute ago, it is amazing sometimes to look at the Mets and where they've been, because walks are usually a death sentence, especially against this team.
I wouldn't think the Dodgers would run here. The first pitch fouled straight back by Betts, 0-1. But again, Diaz has been so deficient in holding runners on. If you're the Dodgers, maybe it's something to think about, but more to the point, down 4, it just wouldn't be a good fundamental play. The 0-1, way outside, 1-1, missing with a slider. Diaz likes to work quickly. Gets the ball back from Alvarez. Ready to go on the first base side of the rubber. Pages at second, Ohtani at first. The 1-1 pitch. Check swing foul going to the backstop. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
That was 99 from Diaz, and sometimes we use that radar gun to see how he's feeling. Finished out the Phillies at 101, so 99, that's a pretty good sign.
That's after Jeremy Hefner said, just throw the ball down the middle of the plate. The 1-2, check swing. They want to look to first. He didn't go, says Nick Lentz. And the count 2-2. I don't know if you could nibble at 97, 98, or 99. It almost appeared that Diaz was doing that first couple of batters against the Phillies. Now it's 2-2 to Betts. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He blew the fastball by him at 99. 1 man out.
Betts is so hard, too, to strike out. He has one of the lower strikeout rates of anybody in the game. Mets have struck him out 3 times today. That is huge.
Teoscar Hernandez is 0 for 1, a strikeout against Diaz. He is 0 for 2 with 2 walks in this game. Mets 7, Dodgers 3, 1 out, last of the 9th. Pages at second, Ohtani at first. The first pitch taken to the knees, a called strike, a fastball at 98, and it's 0-1. Freeman on deck. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Again, the fastball at 99. And Diaz now starting to get back to doing what he did against the Phillies after putting a couple of runners on, firing the fastball and challenging them to hit it. The 0-2. Swing on a pop foul, straight back out of play. Again, the fastball at 99.
And all of these pitches are about letter high, very top of the strike zone. And from what we heard the other day with Diaz and Hefner, just throw it down the middle. Trust your stuff, even though it's up in a good hittable spot.
0-2, here's the pitch. Upstairs, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again, the fastball at 99. Iglesias at third, pretty deep. Just kind of flexing his arms, staying loose. Diaz comes set. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing on a pop foul again. Going back into the seats behind first. And to the second deck. Manaea, Maton, Stanek, and now Diaz. 1-2. Diaz sets. Here's the pitch. Swung out and missed, strike 3. Got him with a fastball at 97. 2 men away. And now Freddie Freeman.
5 straight fastballs from Diaz. And he's confident with his plan right now. As he says, I come in and whatever Alvarez calls, I'm throwing. I've been in the bullpen for 9 innings, 8 innings. I'm just going to trust whatever the button is on that pitch com, and he's doing it.
Very similar script to Wednesday against the Phillies. First pitch to Freeman. Swing and a miss, strike one. Rode the fastball in at 98. He's just challenging him and with heat now. Pages at second. Ohtani at first. The 0-1 pitch off the outside corner. Fastball at 99. And the count 1-1. Freeman 1 for 7. 2 strikeouts against Diaz. The 1-1 pitch. Swing on a high foul deep down the left field line and out of play. And now it's 1-2. That one hit that Freeman has against Diaz is a home run. The Mets 7, the Dodgers 3. 2 out last of the ninth. Runners lead second and first. Diaz comes set. The 1-2 to Freeman. Just missed the inside corner. A fastball at 100, and you might have heard a few faint cries of yeah from the relatively small contingent of Mets fans who thought Diaz had strike 3. It's 2-2. Diaz sets. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Put it in the books. He finally went to the slider, strikes out Freeman, and the Mets have evened up the National League Championship Series at 1 game apiece. Edwin Diaz picks up the save, and the Mets have gotten just what they wanted in California, a split at Dodger Stadium. Now they head home for 3 straight at Citi Field. In the 9th inning for the Dodgers, no runs, a hit, a walk, and 2 left. Diaz strikes out 3 to pick up the save. The final score, the New York Mets 7 and the Los Angeles Dodgers 3. Back to talk about it in a moment on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealer.
Let's go Mets!
Once your day starts, it doesn't stop. You go and go and go some more. Routines like yours demand reliable tires. Tires that keep up with you. Day after day, mile after mile, season after season. That's why Uniroyal Tires makes the tried and true Uniroyal Tiger Paw Touring All-Season tire. A good tire with great value so you can have total confidence every time you drive. The Uniroyal Tiger Paw Touring All-Season tire. Learn more about Uniroyal Tires at Whitey's Tire Service on Atlantic
fans.
Avenue.
Thanks for hanging out with us during this LA Dodgers New York Mets game 2. Yes, the Mets showed up today. The shutout will not be any longer. 6-0 Mets. You gotta love it. Big shout out to the Super Chats. This is a special thank you to MF for the Super Chat. $10. Thank you so much. LFGM. Let's can go Mets. I can't say that last part there. You know what I'm saying? YouTube. It is what it is. Also, big shout out to Nancy M as well, the $2 super sticker. Thank you, Nancy. Big shout out to our new member as well, Stephen S. Welcome to the Insider membership group. We appreciate it. Now, let's get back to the baseball. Cheers, everybody. Thank you for helping us get over 46,000. If you haven't hit that subscribe button yet, please do. Back to the baseball. We'll see you in the chat.
5G phones with unlimited ultimate. Switch now and save. Available at a New York City area Verizon store.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living Senior Housing just may be the option you're looking for. Set on a 32-acre campus right along the Hudson River with breathtaking views of the New York City skyline, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. Explore which community is best for your loved one. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. Now, I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org to schedule a tour today. That's riverspringliving.org.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. Cork-popping wows, time to dine wows, Pine Barren wows. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey Google, cool down my car.
And,
hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the new 2024 Nissan Rogue. Now, get a low $259 per month lease for 36 months on Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google, Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Well-qualified lessees. 2024 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $47.49 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. Ends 11/4/24.
Chopra and Nocerino is a must-call when injured. Personal injury cases are a battle. You need a team willing to put in the work. Contact them at 855-NYC-HURT if you want top results. Chopra and Nocerino is the exclusive personal injury firm of the New York Mets.
Casamigos Tequila toasts today's Mets victory. The family of Casamigos Tequilas, Anejo, Blanco, Cristalino, Reposado, Mezcal, and the new Casamigos Jalapeno remind you to celebrate responsibly. The Mets have beaten the Dodgers 7-3 to even up the National League Championship Series at one game apiece. And don't forget to stay tuned in just a little bit for the Verizon Mets postgame show. Verizon, the network New York City relies on. Mets with a run in the first. Homer by Lindor to start the game. 5 in the second. Grand slam by Vientos. But don't forget, Tyrone Taylor had an RBI double in that second inning as well, and he's standing by to talk about it with Pat McCarthy.
All right, Howie, thank you very much. Tyrone, congratulations. You guys come out here to L.A., split the first 2 games. I would imagine it would have been nice to get 2, but a split's got to be a pretty good feeling.
Yeah, I think we're thankful. You know, we're coming out to win every single game, obviously, but to pull it with 1 in L.A., it's nice.
You get an 0-2 curveball, you hook it down the left field line to really jumpstart that rally. And that situation, is it as simply just trying to foul off a couple of pitches and put yourself in a position to finally get one over the plate?
Yeah, I had 2 strikes on me right there, so I was just trying to do my best to continue to take my A swing. And I'm just happy to come through for the boys.
Well, you're a Southern California kid. I would have to imagine it's also pretty cool to get a chance to play a postseason game here at Dodger Stadium.
Yeah, so much fun, man. I got my family out here, friends. They're loving it. I'm loving it. I just embraced it out here. It was so much fun. Glad we came away with the win, and looking forward to getting back home in New York.
Yeah, Mark hits that ball over the fence. I think the question was, is it just going to hang up long enough to clear? What was your thought process there as that ball's traveling out to the gap?
Please get out. But Swaggy B is such a strong human being, man, and he rakes. So we're glad he's on our team for sure.
Tyrone, congratulations.
Thank you.
Howie, back to you.
All right, Pat, thank you very much. Yes, the legend of Swaggy V continues to be written with Mark Vientos' second inning grand slam, and Murph's Happy Recap is proudly presented by Flagstar Bank N.A. Flagstar, let's align the stars. Visit them at flagstar.com. And as bad as last night's game was for the Mets, this one was every bit as good. Now it's a best of 5, and the Mets have the next 3 at home, Keith.
Yeah, they might have to feel good about just getting the split. The way it happened today, though, was, again, they get punched in the mouth for 9 innings last night, lose 9-0, and they came out and took a 6-0 lead over the first 2 innings, and it turned out to really set the tone. And, of course, that was enough runs to win the game, even though it got a little sticky late, and the Mets win this thing 7-3. The totals for the Mets, 7 runs, 10 hits, 1 error. They left 10. The Dodgers also left 10, but they had 3 runs, 5 hits, and 1 error. Max Muncy hit his second postseason home run for the Dodgers. Meanwhile, for the Mets, Francisco Lindor had that tone-setting home run to lead off the game, his second of the playoffs. Mark Vientos has now hit 3 home runs here in his first NLCS. So that's, of course, the number of home runs he's hit all postseason, but he continues, no matter what round he's in, to, as Tyrone Taylor said, to rake. Sean Manaea gets the victory. Edwin Diaz the save. The loss goes to the first of the bullpenners for the Dodgers. That was Ryan Brasier. Time of the game, 3 hours, 27 minutes in front of 52,926. The series now tied at a game apiece. It'll go to New York. Your move, Bateman. And we're off to New York as well. Final score again, the New York Mets 7 and the LA Dodgers 3.
New York Mets Baseball is a production of Odyssey in conjunction with the New York Mets. The executive producer is Ray Martell. Production assistance by Brendan Gambeski and Captain Jack McCarthy. And our producer-engineer in the booth is the immortal Chris Matchkowski. Our next broadcast will be on Wednesday night. The National League Championship Series shifts to Citi Field for Game 3 between the Mets and Dodgers. First pitch scheduled for 8:08 p.m. with the Mets pregame show underway at 7:15. And so for Keith Radd and Pat McCarthy, I'm Howie Rose. Thanks for joining us. Once again, the final score, the New York Mets 7, the Los Angeles Dodgers 3. National League Championship Series is all even up at 1 game apiece. Stay tuned. Rich Ackerman's coming up next with a Verizon Mets postgame show. This is Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
New York Mets baseball has been brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact one for a great deal today. And by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. The Rothenberg Law Firm. InjuryLawyer.com. Casamigos Tequila. Brought to you by those who drink it. Thrivewell Infusion. The official IV sponsor of Odyssey Mets Radio. Visit ThrivewellInfusion.com. River Spring Living. See what makes life at River Spring Living special. Visit riverspringliving.org. Bridgewater Acura on Route 22 in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Visit peerlessboilers.com to find a dealer near you. LifeVac, the original choking rescue suction device that saves lives. The New York Lottery. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY. And by Berkeley College. Your potential is our promise.
I'm Billy Joel. We've got stories about my songs and lots more on the Billy Joel Channel.
Returning Thursday for a limited time.
Sing us a song, you're the piano man.
I lit the keys of a piano on fire during one of our club gigs that we did in the early 70s. I had some lighter fluid, and I said, what the hell?
Working too hard to give you a heart attack.
The Billy Joel Channel.
Exclusively on Sirius XM Channel 17. Everywhere on the Sirius XM app.
If it's happening in baseball,
put it in the box. And to the New York Mets, California, here we come.
It's on MLB Network Radio.
The Mets are every team's worst nightmare. They think that they can do anything, that they are invincible. And when you face a team that feels that way, it doesn't matter what your bullpen looks like because you have the New York Mets who believe that they can do anything and beat anyone.
MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM Channel 89, and on the Sirius XM app.
This is John Palmerosi. On the new SiriusXM original podcast, The Road to Cooperstown, I sit down with Hall of Famer Mariano Rivera.
John, I used to go to bed crying because I couldn't communicate. That frustrated me so bad that I said, you know what, this cannot happen anymore. I have to learn the language.
The Road to Cooperstown airs Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89, and the all-new SiriusXM app. New episodes drop every Tuesday wherever you get your podcasts.
While you're listening to this game on SiriusXM, we're talking about the latest odds and prop bets for this and every game on Sports Grid Radio.
The under's minus 125. Heavy juice to the under.
Every home run hit and every strikeout thrown can change the line.
I can't for the life of me figure out how you can favor a team that never wins, ever.
If you're looking for sports talk centered around the latest odds and prop bets for games, races, tournaments, or any sporting event, Sports Grid Radio, SiriusXM, Channel 159.
MLB Network Radio on Sirius XM, your home for the ultimate in-depth analysis of the MLB postseason.
The Mets are every team's worst nightmare. They think that they can do anything, that they are invincible. And when you face a team that feels that way, it doesn't matter what your bullpen looks like or if you won the National League East because you have the New York Mets who believe that they can do anything and beat anyone.
MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM 89, and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Mets fans, after this game, get back to what's really important. Your fantasy football team. We're talking about it right now on Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
This is the Verizon Mets postgame show. Save big when you switch to the network New York City relies on. Head to your local Verizon store and check out the latest deals. Also brought to you by Flagstar Bank NA. Visit them at flagstar.com. Smash Burger, 100% certified Angus beef burgers, fries, shakes, and more. The College of New Jersey, the #1 public college from Maine to Maryland. ELEC 825, building our future. The Ray Katina family of dealerships. Visit them at raykatina.com. Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. Stay where you play. And by Orlin & Cohen Orthopedic Group. We've got specialists for that. Now, here's Rich Ackerman.
And welcome to the Verizon Mets postgame show. The Mets are alive and well and headed back to New York with a series split in L.A. and a 7-3 win over the Dodgers in Game 2. It may never come easy as the Mets had to sweat this one a little more than they probably should have. But again, they leave L.A. with a split of the first two games. And this game was a microcosm of their season. They were resilient, got another big moment from their MVP, a big inning including a huge hit from a burgeoning star, and then it got a little tense. Walks once again became an issue with the Mets allowing 8 on the day, but ultimately it was Edwin Diaz being able to rescue them and close out this 7-3 victory. Now, every game in the postseason is just about a must-win. And this one was certainly no different. The Mets were behind for the first time in a postseason series and couldn't afford a second consecutive loss as they just flushed the 9-0 defeat quickly from last night, and they look so unlike themselves in the series opener. Perhaps the best thing that could have happened was the short turnaround from the late afternoon start to the early afternoon today, and this was a much different team from the start. The Mets took much better at-bats, and it started right away. All year long, Francisco Lindor has had the pulse of this team, knowing when it needed something big, and that was the sense when he came up in the first to lead off the game, knowing the Mets needed to get something going early, if not immediately. He battled Ryan Brasier and crushed a 2-2 pitch into the right field seats to give the Mets an immediate 1-0 lead. They added 5 more in the second. Mark Vientos continued his breakout season and stellar postseason with a grand slam to cap the inning. He went 2 for 5 on the day. The Mets started out hot, but then left 6 men on over the next 3 innings and started to get more interesting. Sean Manaea was sharp, giving up 1 hit entering the 6th, but then suddenly lost it. Gave up a homer to Max Muncy. The Dodgers had some life, and though he allowed only 2 hits on the day, he also walked 4 in 5 innings. Phil Maton walked 2. The Dodgers scored 2 more, which were charged to Manaea. But the Mets' defense went south in the 6th when the usually shorthanded Jose Iglesias botched a potential double play ball, and a 2-run single by Tommy Edman went off the glove of Alonso, whose sight on that play was altered by the base runner Freddie Freeman. But Stanek came on, got them out of the 7th, Diaz out of the 8th, and then the Mets closer, who has been spotty this year, had flashbacks to the Phillies, blowing away Mookie Betts, and another strikeout of Teoscar Hernandez, and then the Met nemesis Freddie Freeman goes down to end it. Manaea gets the win, another chapter in what has been a great, great season, as he had something to prove to himself today a little as well. He came into this one with a 1-5 record against the Dodgers lifetime and ERA over 7. Well, another feather in his cap, because what a great day it was for Manaea and the Mets as they leave L.A. with the victory. Manaea goes to 2-0 this postseason, going 5 innings, giving up 2 hits, 3 runs. 2 of them were earned. Again, he did walk 4, but struck out 7, and the bullpen able to hold it down. And what we've learned is that when Edwin Diaz is at his best, there is nobody better in the game, as he gets the final 4 outs, 3 strikeouts, 1 walk, 1 hit, no runs, and the Mets hold on for a 7-3 victory. The lessons of the game are brought to you by the College of New Jersey. TCNJ offers a top-notch education at a public college price point. Learn more at tcnj.edu. The Mets win it by a score of 7-3 over the Dodgers. The series is even at 1. Game 3 Wednesday night at Citi Field. First pitch, a little after 8, will come your way with the pregame show at 7:15. But we'll tie up Game 2 in just a couple of moments. You'll hear from Mets manager Carlos Mendoza. The highlights, they were many. It's all coming up on the Verizon Mets postgame show.
If you heat your home with oil, you must hear this message. Low-price home heating oil is now available to all our Mets radio listeners at a fixed price that can save you hundreds of dollars a year on your home heating bill. If you think you're paying too much to heat your home, then pick up your phone, dial 866-OIL-DEAL right now to see how much you can save on heating oil. The Home Heating Oil Service Center is staffed 24/7, and mechanics are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to ensure your family is never left in the cold. Just dial 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL. The heating oil line is now open for Mets radio listeners.
Think you're paying too much for your home heating oil or service? Call the Home Heating Oil line now to see how much you can save off your home heating costs. Don't wait. There is no reason to pay too much for home heating oil. You can get the best service, 24-hour mechanics, and a low flat rate for this home heating season, guaranteed. So call now. Dial 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL.
ThriveWellInfusion.com, New York's premier infusion and injection center, saving lives drip by drip.
There's nothing quite like the Honda Civic Hybrid, Accord Hybrid, and CR-V Hybrid when it comes to exhilarating efficiency. With hybrid technology and thrilling capability, these vehicles deliver an electrifying performance on every drive. But what truly makes these hybrids special is the unwavering determination that inspires everything we do. Redefine your driving experience with Honda, KBB.com's best value brand of 2024.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
Based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelly Blue Book, visit kbb.com for more information.
VIP stands for Very Important Person. That's how we value each one of our customers, patrons, and clients at VIP Honda. Honda's first all-electric vehicle, the Prologue, is now here. Hybrid technology is offered on the new 2024 Honda Accord Hybrid and Honda CR-V Hybrid. All new 2024 Honda models come with complimentary 24-month, 24,000-mile scheduled Honda maintenance, and we offer courtesy service loaner cars to each VIP. Search our inventory and see our offers on VIPHonda.com.
Hey, New York fans! Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon in New York City's got you. Trade in any phone from one of their top brands in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. Switch now and save. Available at a New York City area Verizon store.
Discover the excitement at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. Come play 1,000 slot machines and electronic table games. Enjoy on-site entertainment, cocktails, and dining. In October, we're giving away $125,000 during Wicked Wednesdays. One winner every hour from 3 to 7 p.m. will spin for their chance at $5,000. 1 point equals 1 entry. Jake's 58, where Long Island wins.
If gambling is a problem for you or someone, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 8778-HOPE or text NY.
Welcome back to the Verizon Mets post-game show following Game 2 of the National League Championship Series, and we are now even at 1 game apiece after the Mets defeat the Dodgers by a score of 7-3. Most of the Mets runs came from the home run today. They had 2 of them, and for every home run the Mets hit this season, a donation is made to an undergraduate student at the College of New Jersey, the #1 public college from Maine to Maryland. And our player getting well, brought to you by Samuel Payne, is Mark Vientos, who struck out 3 times in Game 1, but had the big blow in Game 2. His second-inning grand slam put the Mets on their way. He went 2 for 5 with the 4 RBIs on that big slam, and the Mets win it by a score of 7-3. It's brought to you by Samuel Payne, and the Samuel Institute for Pain Management turned to Samuel Payne for effective pain-relieving solutions. You'll hear from Mets manager Carlos Mendoza coming up, and we'll also listen back to the highlights and more when the Verizon Mets post-game show continues after these messages.
To truly go inside the game of pro football, you need to see things from the player's perspective.
Let's go!
Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, catch the Player's Point. Join NFL tight end Colin Thompson and wide receiver Allen Robinson as they break down the biggest stories in the NFL.
I think that's what makes the National Football League so special.
The Player's Point. Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, only on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM has everything a college football fan needs.
He's in trouble and down he goes. The ball comes out.
All the big games are on the SiriusXM app.
Down the sidelines, midfield. It's a race. Picking them up, putting them down.
Plus, hear daily in-depth analysis on College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
There's not a lot of holes or weaknesses on that football team, and they've got the goods where you want to have the goods for a championship caliber roster.
Our experts get you ready for game day every day on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
Josh Gibson was the greatest baseball player of all time.
Hear all new episodes of the award-winning SiriusXM original podcast, Black Diamonds.
If there was a five-tool catcher, it would be Josh Gibson.
Stories of baseball's all-time greats.
Josh Gibson played the game like he was in a video game. But this was no video game. This was very real.
Negro Leagues Baseball Museum President Bob Kendrick hosts Black Diamonds. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Wake up! Wake up, everybody!
This is Steve Phillips from the leadoff spot on MLB Network Radio. Join me and former Major League Baseball players Eduardo Perez and Xavier Scruggs as we react to all the latest news and scores across baseball and have plenty of fun along the way.
Steve, you were so right about that.
I don't know if anybody else thinks we're funny, but I think we're funny.
Why are you putting us or we into this?
The leadoff spot, weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Now through November 1st, SiriusXM is giving away a pair of tickets to every MLB postseason game through the World Series. Listen to MLB Network Radio for the clues and be the first caller to correctly name the postseason hero, and you'll receive a pair of tickets to an MLB postseason game. MLB Network Radio has your chance to win on SiriusXM 89 and the all-new SiriusXM app. No transportation will be included in connection with these prizes. For full contest information and official rules, visit SiriusXM.com/MLB postseason heroes. No purchase necessary. Open only to current SiriusXM subscribers prior to September 22nd. Must be a U.S. resident over the age of 18.
It's Mad Dog Unleashed with Christopher Mad Dog Russo.
Good afternoon, everybody!
Hear the passion.
Be aggressive. Get something done.
Hear the knowledge.
The game, folks, is about two plays. And that's what it comes down to.
Hear the personality.
I'm going to start here in an angry mood. Get somebody on the radio!
That has made him a sports talk legend.
Does that make any sense to you? God, you're crazy.
It's Mad Dog Unleashed with Christopher Russo. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Postgame show. Rich Ackerman with you, and it's time for the highlights of the game. And after losing game one, 9-0, and managing only 3 hits, the Mets desperately needed something to leave L.A. on a high note. And they were going up against a Dodger pitching staff that had not allowed a run in 33 consecutive innings. Ryan Brasier started what was a bullpen game for the Dodgers, and the streak didn't last very long. Francisco Lindor stepped in to lead off and came through with a hit that the Mets desperately needed, and our smash of the game.
And the 2-2 to Lindor, swinging a high fly ball, well hit to right. Betts going back, this might go, and it is gone, a home run. Francisco Lindor just pulled a Lenny Dykstra as he leads off a game in the postseason with a home run, and the Mets take an instant 1-0 lead.
Lenny Dykstra, of course, led off Game 3 of the 1986 World Series when the Mets desperately needed a lift, and Dykstra provided it there. Lindor certainly did the same this afternoon in L.A. The smash of the game brought to you by Smashburger, 100% certified pure Angus beef, fries, shakes, and more. The Mets had just 3 hits last night. None were for extra bases, and the Mets MVP came through with another big hit when his team needed it, crushing the 8th pitch of the at-bat to give the Mets the lead immediately, but that's all they'd get in the first. Manaea took the mound with the early cushion and started impressively with back-to-back strikeouts of Shohei Ohtani and Mookie Betts. He walked Teoscar Hernandez with 2 outs, but got Freddie Freeman to fly out after he had an impressive Game 1. Brasier worked only the first. Next up, Landon Knack, and he met trouble immediately. Starling Marte singled to start off the inning, and then Jesse Winker walked. Jose Iglesias popped out to second for the first out. Tyrone Taylor was looking for a breakout. He yanked an 0-2 pitch foul, but the next one was in play to add to the Mets' lead.
He does chase a lot, and that's what Knack's trying to make him do here on 0-2. The pitch, he lines one to left field, hooking, fair ball, base hit, going into the corner. Marte scores. Winker on his way to third. He'll be held there, pulling into second, and standing with a double is Tyrone Taylor, and the Mets have a 2-0 lead.
2 sharply hit balls in the inning. This one brought the Mets their second run of the day. Francisco Alvarez got a little over-anxious next, swung at the first pitch, popped up to short for the second out, but they walked Lindor intentionally to face Mark Vientos with the bases loaded and 2 out. Maybe that was the preferred choice, but Vientos is the Mets' hottest hitter this postseason, and after 3 strikeouts last night, wasn't about to let opportunity pass him by. He fouled off pitches to stay alive and got a break when a foul pop-up seemingly was blown foul out of play and gave him another opportunity, and the Mets an enormous boost and our turning point of the game.
Here's the payoff pitch. Swinging a drive in the air, pretty well hit right center. Pages back at the track, near the wall. It is gone! A grand slam for Mark Vientos on a 3-2 pitch. He clears the bases, hitting it into the pavilion in right center field. Mark Vientos, with the Mets' second grand slam of the postseason, his third postseason home run, has given the Mets a 6-0 lead.
And that's the turning point of the game. Listen tomorrow to 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM between 11:30 and noon and be the 22nd caller. If you can correctly identify the turning point of the game, you'll win a pair of Mets tickets to a future game at Citi Field. The Mets turning point of the game, sponsored by Riverhead Building Supply with 13 locations on Long Island. They're everywhere you are and online at rbscorp.com. That was all they'd get in the second, but what a big inning it was as the Mets scored 5 runs in the inning on 3 hits and 1 very big grand slam. And now with a huge cushion, Manaea started the second with his third strikeout. He gave up a 1-out single to Tommy Edman and a 2-out walk to Kike Hernandez. Andy Pages came up with 2 on and 2 out, and with Ohtani in the on-deck circle, took the first 2 pitches to get ahead 2-0, but Manaea came back with a pair of strikes and ended the inning the same way it started.
2-2 the count. Manaea sets, now the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, side retired. He got him with a sinker, big strikeout. Now Ohtani will lead off the bottom of the third with the Mets leading by at least 6.
And a huge moment early for Manaea to get out of the inning, as Howie mentioned. Ohtani stranded in the on-deck circle there, so that was a much different scenario for the Dodgers star, and the Mets had the 6-0 lead after 2. They had threatened again in the third. Alonso singled to start the inning. Third straight inning in which the Mets led off with a hit, but Marte fouled out. Winker went down looking before Jose Iglesias signaled to put 2 men on for Taylor, who walked to load the bases. Alvarez, though, flew out to second to end the inning, and the Mets went down without a run for the first time. Manaea came back with a 1-2-3 third, starting with a strikeout looking by Ohtani and ending with Teoscar Hernandez going down swinging. Mets got only a 1-out single from Vientos in the fourth, which ended with Alonso going down looking at a breaking ball that was outside but called strike 3. Manaea had back-to-back innings in which he sent down the Dodgers in order. Alvarez had come up twice with men on. He flied out and popped out and had another chance in the fifth when Taylor was grazed by a pitch to put runners on first and second with 2 outs, but Alvarez flew out to end the inning, flying out to center. The Dodgers struck for the first time in the bottom half of the inning as Max Muncy led off by snapping the shutout bid.
Here's the 3-1. Swinging a fly ball deep to right field, forget it. Muncy has hit it out into the pavilion in right field, way beyond Starling Marte, who just gave it a courtesy look back. Max Muncy with a home run, the second he's hit in his career against Sean Manaea. The Dodgers are on the board, and the Mets lead is 6-1.
Muncy turned on a fastball, as you heard Howie say. Marte didn't even move in right. The Dodgers were on the board. Dodger Stadium had some life for the first time after the Dodgers had their second hit of the day. Manaea responded, getting the next hitter, Kike Hernandez, to fly to right. He notched his 7th strikeout, getting Andy Pages once again swinging, and Ohtani popped out to Alonso to end the inning, and the Mets got out of it without any further damage. The Mets were hitting the ball hard throughout the day, and Brent Honeywell in the 6th. Lindor lined one off Muncy's glove to get on, but Vientos grounded into a double play. Nimmo lined out to right, and the Mets have been quiet since their 5-run second. And Manaea then was in the bottom half of the inning, was 0-2 to Mookie Betts to start the 6th, but lost him walking the leadoff batter. Following was another walk to Teoscar Hernandez. Freddie Freeman then hit one to Iglesias. The usually sure-handed second baseman flubbed it, and everyone was safe and the bases were loaded. That was it for Manaea. Phil Maton would come on to face Will Smith. The Dodgers catcher popped to Iglesias for the first out. Edman was next. He was behind 0-2, but found a way to put it in play and brought the Dodgers closer.
0-2, the count to Edman. Maton sets. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball pulled on the ground wide of first, under Alonso and into right field for a base hit. Betts scores, Hernandez scores, hobbling into third is Freeman, and on at first with a 2-run single is Tommy Edman, and here come the Dodgers. It's now the Mets 6, the Dodgers 3, and Muncy, who has a homer in this game, will come to the plate representing the potential tying run.
Freeman was the runner at first and may have blocked Alonso's vision as the Mets first baseman had a glance off his glove into right, bringing in 2. It was now 6-3. Maton struggled with Muncy. He wasn't close on a 3-2 pitch and then walked him to load the bases for Kike Hernandez. Hernandez was the hero in Game 5 of the Dodgers' NLDS victory, but not this time around.
At 6, Dodgers 3, 1 out, last of the 6th. Maton staring in. Now comes set. The 1-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball to third. Vientos bobbles it. Throws to second. 1. Return to first. Out at first is the call if it stands. A very close play. A hard slide at second by Muncy. And everybody waiting around. I'll tell you what, to the naked eye, I kind of think or thought that Hernandez beat it out. And the Dodgers, I believe, are going to challenge.
Yeah, Dave Roberts' signal for the challenge now coming out. He pointed at both second base and first base.
So the Mets turned the double play despite the bobble by Vientos and a terrific play by Alonso to stay on the bag after receiving the high throw from Iglesias. But alas, they weren't out of it yet as the Dodgers, as you heard, reviewed both the out at second and first.
The call at second is confirmed. The runner is out. Base is also confirmed. The runner is out. Los Angeles has 1 challenge remaining.
Well,
wasn't that strange?
I think so, but the big story is they get the double play to end the 6th inning, and the Dodgers settle for 2 runs.
And that is the save of the game, brought to you by Margaret Teets Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. The Mets had a tough time in that inning defensively, and surrendering a pair of walks, the Dodgers cut into the lead, but it was still 6-3 after 6. The Mets wasted a 1-out double by Marte in the 7th when he was stranded. Maton started the bottom of the inning, but left after a 1-out walk to Ohtani. Ryan Stanek came in and promptly struck out Betts, and then kept things at status quo.
Stanek set. Pitch. Hit hard on the ground to third, right at Vientos. Gobbles it up, straightens, throws across, in time, inning over. The Mets survive the 7th. We go to the 8th. In Game 2, Mets 6, Dodgers 3.
After Taylor flied out to start the 8th, Alvarez walked on a pitch clock violation on a full count, but Lindor flew out for the 2nd out. Vientos grounded into a fielder's choice. The defense returned in the 8th, with the Mets making several changes in the inning. The ball found Luis Angel Acuna right away when he caught a liner by Freeman on the shoot tops. Nimmo then made a great leaping catch on Smith for the 2nd out, and then it got a little interesting. Edman walked with 2 outs. Stanek remained in to face Muncy, who had homered earlier. He walked as Stanek couldn't put him away, and it was the 7th walk of the day by a Met pitcher. On came Edwin Diaz for a 4-out save, and first up was Kike Hernandez. The early edge went to the Mets closer.
Diaz comes set. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swinging a high fly ball, shallow right center, angling over is Marte. Makes the 2-hand catch, side retired. Diaz gets the last out of the 8th.
A good start for Diaz, retiring Hernandez to end the inning. The Mets were still up 3 and had 3-4-5 coming up in the 9th, looking to add to the 3-run lead. Nimmo went down swinging against Edgardo Enriquez. Alonso walked and stole second when the Dodgers didn't pay him any attention. So Marte, who already had 2 hits today, added a big one.
3-2 the count. Enriquez sets. Alonso at second. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball up the middle, base hit going into center field. Alonso rounds third. He's coming home. Throw to the plate by Pages. Head first slide. He's safe. Down to second goes Marte. Single and a run batted in. The Mets have a 7-3 lead. What a big stolen base that turned out to be by Alonso. And another clutch hit from Starling Marte. 7-3 New York here in the top of the 9th.
That play loomed very large as Alonso slid in just ahead of the tag of Smith at the plate. And if baseball's a game of inches, he was safe by maybe an inch, no more than 2, as the Mets added some insurance. Winker followed with another hit, but Marte had to hold momentarily. He advanced to third, but held there, or did Marte, and Iglesias flew out to right for the 2nd out, but not deep enough to score. The Mets right fielder Taylor then grounded into a fielder's choice to end the inning, but the Mets added another, giving Diaz a little more room to work with. Andy Pages led off the bottom of the 9th with a broken bat base hit to bring Ohtani to the plate. Pages stole second. Ohtani walked on an inside pitch on 3-2. And next was the equally dangerous Mookie Betts, but Diaz blew him away with a 99-mile-an-hour fastball for the first out and then sent Teoscar Hernandez down swinging, and all that was left was Freddie Freeman.
It's 2-2. Diaz sets. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike three. Put it in the books. He finally went to the slider, strikes out Freeman, and the Mets have evened up the National League Championship Series at 1 game apiece. Edwin Diaz picks up the save, and the Mets have gotten just what they wanted in California, a split at Dodger Stadium. Now they head home for 3 straight at Citi Field.
Diaz gets the save. He was terrific in the 9th and really went to work with his fastball, and as Howie mentioned, went to the off-speed stuff to get Freeman ultimately to get the victory. 7-3 was the final. Diaz gets the save, his second, working 4 outs, throwing 29 pitches, and Sean Manaea gets the win. Ryan Brasier takes the loss. It was a nail-biter that lasted just about 3.5 hours, but Carlos Mendoza can wear a smile and talk to the media a short time ago.
We were talking to Lindor on the field afterwards. He said he didn't think it was so much the home run that really set the tone, but the at-bat. For you, just how much did the way that he approached that first at-bat set the tone for the rest of the group today?
Yeah, I think I said it in the middle of the game that not just because of the homer, but the way he attacked them, fouled off a couple of pitches, laid off a couple of breaking balls, and then got a pitch and drove it to kind of set the. Overall, we had really good at-bats up and down, and obviously Vientos with the big one. But especially as a pitching staff, what they've done the past few games, and it's been hard on a bullpen day where you don't know what you're going to be facing. For us to get the first one across the board was important.
You know, at this point with Vientos, does it surprise you at all the way that he's able to come through consistently in his first postseason?
Not really. His ability to slow the game down, you could see it calm, under control. He took pretty good breaking balls down in a way. And then just having the awareness of the situation and what the pitcher's trying to do to him. And 3-2. Not trying to do too much, staying on the big part of the field, and got a fastball that he was able to, because the power is real, you know. And you didn't see a big swing. It was, let me put it in play, let me stay on the big part of the ballpark, and he was able to drive that one. And then you see the next at bat against a lefty, just going the other way with ease and just shoot that ball the other way. So that's a sign of not only a good hitter, but someone that is maturing and is under control. It doesn't matter the situation.
Okay, next question. We go here to Dave.
Just like what you said with Lindor's at bat, and even Vientos, who went to 9 pitches with his, do you just feel as those pitch counts get deeper, that Lindor and Vientos are going to wind up doing something big?
Yeah, and I think the way they were taking the pitches, you know, he was with ease, he was on time, ready for a pitch in your zone, but if he wasn't there, the way they took it, he was pretty telling. So regardless of the outcome, they put themselves in a good position there and foul off couple, tough one, laid off couple, tough one, and when they finally got one, they were able to drive it. So cool one there.
Okay, over on the right in the middle.
Hi, Carlos. Nick Selby, Sports Illustrated. What impressed you the most about Manaea today, and how important was it for him to get through at least 5 after using a lot of relief pitchers early last night?
Yeah, I thought he was really good. The one thing, he was not only getting ahead, but staying on the attack, you know, and like perfect example, the way he went after Ohtani, you know, the first couple of at-bats. I thought everything was working, whether it was the fastball, the changeup, the sweeper, but he made pitches, you know, in the zone. He stayed in the attack. They control the strike zone. As a team, they don't chase. So not only you have to get ahead, but you have to execute in the zone to be able to get them. Yeah, it was important for him to go to the 6, even though after the first couple of walks, gets a ground ball and wouldn't make a play. But it was really good for Manaea today.
Can we go back to Dave?
Carlos, you could see how you wanted to map things out in that game, obviously, after Sean, you had to accelerate your plans a little bit, probably through that, just the way you mapped it out from going to Phil to Stanek to Deep.
Yeah, I think the key was after we scored and we got up 6-0, the key was for Sean to continue to shut down their offense, continue to just give us zeros. And he gave that homer to Muncy, but for him to go out there for the 6, and like I said, after the couple of walks, he got a ground ball where we couldn't make a play. At that point, obviously going to the bullpen, but they did a hell of a job. Phil, got that pop-up ground ball, gets through Pete, and then, he gets that ground ball with Kike, and we turn the double play. He goes back out there and give us an out, and then for Stanek, for him to not only get the last 2 in the 7th, but 2 more in the 8th, to be able to give the ball to Diaz today, was kind of, how I envision it going in the game today. It doesn't always going to work out that way. I'm just glad that they came through big time today, and especially Diaz for the last 4 outs.
Go back over here, Steve.
When you talk about Manaea needing to execute in the zone against this team, the first at bat, you don't see Shohei Ohtani that late on a fastball, basically right down the middle that often. What did that one swing tell you about how Sean's stuff was coming out and looking today?
It's a tough at bat. It's a different look. He's, across his body, especially left on left, low arm slot, and he's hard to pick it up. And when you see one of the best hitters in the game take pitches like that, and then the way he swung for strike 3, the second at bat, I think it's like, man, he's having a hard time seeing him. I don't think you see Ohtani look that way too often. But that's what Sean does. It's a tough look, and I'm just glad that he was able to give us a chance to win a game today.
Okay, back to Mike.
Carlos, you got a little bit of it last week, but what's it mean now to you to be going home for these next 3?
Yeah, it was an important game today, especially after the way we played last night, and then they outplayed us pretty much yesterday. They came out aggressive, and they kept putting on us, and it was a quick turnaround, but we've done that the whole year. We get punched in the face, and we continue to find ways to get back up, and it'll continue to be that way. It was good to get this one here. Now we get an opportunity to go home and play 3 there in front of our fan base, expecting to be packed and electric and loud, and but it's going to be fun.
Game 3 will be Wednesday night at Citi Field, 8:05. First pitch will come your way at 7:15 with the pregame. But obviously, as Carlos Mendoza said, and we touched on it earlier, this was an important game. This is something they've done all year long, rallying after getting down. And after the 9-0 loss last night, they come back with the 7-3 victory tonight, thanks to some great at-bats and great hitting early. 6 runs in the first 2 innings. And, of course, Sean Manaea did the job pitching into the 6th, and the bullpen getting the nod from the credit from Carlos Mendoza a couple of moments ago, saying they did a great job. And, of course, Edwin Diaz nails it down. So the Mets return home with the series even at 1 after a 7-3 win over the Dodgers in Game 2 of the series at Dodger Stadium today. We'll be back with more after these messages on the Verizon Mets postgame show.
As the playoffs heat up, stay hydrated with Ready Refresh. At the office or at home, Ready Refresh has amazing deals on all bottled water. From case packs to water filtration to 5-gallon bottles delivered right to your door. Score more and skip the store. Ready Refresh ensures you're hydrated for every inning. Ready Refresh even has a great assortment of water dispensers and offers pro cleaning services for every model. Ready Refresh, your ultimate game day hydration partner. Order now at ReadyRefresh.com.
When just one life is saved, it wins the game. Just like in baseball, when the same player has 3,000 hits, it's monumental. LifeVac, the original choking rescue device, is approaching 3,000 lives saved. Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, CEO and inventor of LifeVac. With its place, push, pull technology, LifeVac uses suction to clear the airway and save a life. There's only one proven airway clearance device, LifeVac. Mention code BASEBALL for 20% off your order today. Go to lifevac.net.
Kickboxing knock out your knee? We've got specialists for that. Not feeling the love after your last tennis match? We've got specialists for that. Orland & Cohen's top orthopedic team has the specialized expertise, extensive training from the nation's best programs, and years of experience to tackle each of your orthopedic needs so you can feel better, faster. Locations across Long Island, open 7 days a week, and now open in Kew Gardens as well. Visit OrlandCohen.com.
Serving contractors, builders, and homeowners in the tri-state area since 1987, Brooklyn Window & Door is New York City's largest stocking dealer of quality Andersen window and doors. The professionals at Brooklyn Window & Door will help solve any of your window replacement needs or applications. Visit Brooklyn Window & Door's award-winning showroom to see the complete Andersen product line, including the 400, 100, A&E series. Andersen, built, backed, and serviced like no other window. Visit Brooklyn Window & Door at 1889 McDonald Avenue or call 718-WINDOWS.
When you're number one, it's always good to remember who helped you get there. For the Ray Cattina family of dealerships, it's an easy call. They're customers. It's why Ray Cattina is the premier luxury automotive group in New Jersey and New York. Their game plan is simple. It's to always put the customer first with legendary customer service and the brands they trust the most. Mercedes-Benz, Lexus, Audi, Porsche, BMW, Land Rover, Infiniti, Jaguar, Mini, and Sprinter. Visit a Ray Cattina dealership or go to raycattina.com.
The family of Casamigos tequilas, Añejo, Blanco, Cristalino, Reposado, Mezcal, and introducing the new Casamigas Jalapeno. Casamigos tequila brought to you by those who drink it. Remind you to enjoy today's game responsibly.
Laborers Local 731 has been responsible for some of the biggest and most celebrated infrastructure projects in New York City, like the rebuild of the World Trade Center and the new LaGuardia Airport. Laborers Local 731. Feel the power.
Welcome back to the Verizon Mets postgame show following the 7-3 win in L.A. in Game 2 to even things up at 1. So now it'll be Game 3 on Wednesday night at Citi Field. You heard from Carlos Mendoza a couple of moments ago. The Clubhouse Report is sponsored by Wendy's. Savor the drip of Wendy's Saucy Nugs Party Pack. Open till midnight or later. And after the 3-hour and 27-minute game, it's a good thing we have a couple extra minutes to work with there. But what a game it was as the Mets win it by a score of 7-3 over the Dodgers. The long drive of the game is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. And when Francisco Lindor is going the way he is, almost nobody beats the Mets. Lindor leading off the game with a blast into the right center field bleachers, 395 feet. And that was the long drive of the game. It sent the Mets on their way. They scored 1 in the first on that home run. Mark Vientos added 1, a grand slam, 391 feet in the second. When the Mets scored 5 runs, they add 1 in the ninth for insurance and take Game 2 by a score of 7-3 over the Dodgers. So they're on their way back to New York with the series even at 1. Game 3 comes your way Wednesday night at Citi Field. Luis Severino will get the call after a strong outing today by Sean Manaea and the bullpen. Walker Buehler is first up for the Dodgers, who went with a bullpen game today, and you'll likely see a lot of their bullpen on Wednesday night at Citi Field. First pitch on Wednesday, 8:05, will come your way with the pregame show at 7:15. What a day it has been for the Mets. Another in a season full of tremendous, thrilling, heart-pounding games, and they win it by a score of 7-3 to even the series at 1 game apiece. My thanks to Jack McCarthy and Brendan Gambeski, of course, the guys in the booth, heading back to New York. Howie Rose, Keith Rad, Pat McCarthy, and the immortal Chris Majkowski. This is Rich Ackerman saying good night after the Mets beat the Dodgers 7-3 to even the series at 1.
This has been the Verizon Mets postgame show. Save big when you switch to the network New York City relies on. Head to your local Verizon store and check out the latest deals. Also brought to you by Flagstar Bank N.A. Visit them at flagstar.com. Smash Burger, 100% certified Angus beef burgers, fries, shakes, and more. Chopra and Nocerino, the exclusive personal injury firm of the New York Mets. The College of New Jersey, the #1 public college from Maine to Maryland.